2022, calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mrs. Morale. Nelisiwe, can you swear the witness in again, please?
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, please state your full names and surname for the record. Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
No objection to taking the prescribed oath.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So on, my lady.
Thank you very much. This is time for the cross-examination of the witness. I don't know where I've put my list, but I know that we start with, Mr. Ward Pringle? The team of Mr. Ward Pringle, are they the one to start with the cross-examination of the witness?
Yes, I beg your pardon, my lady. As matters currently stand, we don't have any questions. We'll let your ladyship know should the position change.
Thank you, Mr. Sangoni. Just bear with me. I just want to get my list quickly. Yes, the second team, it will be the team of Mr. Wooders, SC.
Thank you, my lady. We have no questions for this witness at this stage.
Okay, thank you very much and welcome back.
Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Piner.
May it please the court, my lady. May I request an indulgence to reserve my opportunity to cross-examine until further witness parties have completed or finalized their cross-examination.
Thank you very much. Mr. Van Bergen.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you. I'll break the trend. I do have some questions for this witness, with your ladyship's leave.
Yes, my lady, you may.
Just by way of background, the questions will pertain more specifically to the allegations relating to shortage of medication or expired medication that was given, the alleged deficiencies with records, and then just dealing with some specific patients that I wish to address with this witness.
Yes, continue.
If I may proceed. Thank you, my lady. Morning, Mrs. Morale.
Morning. Good morning to you too.
Thank you. Mrs. Morale, just to introduce myself, my name is Harry van Bergen. I act for Life Esidimeni in these proceedings.
Go tsebisha ke nna Harry van Bergen ke bolella ke thusha batho ba Life Esidimeni mo tabeng e. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs.
Just
Morale.
a second. Just a second. The proper interpretation should be Kiemela. I represent Life Esidimeni.
As the court pleases.
Thank you, my lady. Mrs. Morale, if I may start with certain background issues before I deal with more specific subject matters. You testified that you are a care worker and you were a care worker at the time to which these proceedings relate. Is that correct?
Ke nnete hore le be le shoma bjale ka care worker ha re so tshware fihla mo ditabeng tje. That is correct.
And as a care worker, you had no formal professional qualification or a certified qualification or a degreed tertiary education.
Bjale bjale ka ge le shoma ka care worker le be le sa ithutela mmereko o kapa go ba le qualification kapa diploma kapa degree e sepelelanang le mmereko. That is correct.
You are therefore not qualified to express any opinion on any medical matter. Is that correct?
Ke nnete hore then a le na tsebo e ka le dirang hore le kgone go bolela ka taba tša go tsamaelana le tša bophelo, health.
Do you understand the question?
La e kwešiša potšišo.
ga ke utlwisise hantle.
I do not understand the question.
Please rephrase, Mr. Martin, Mr. van Bergen.
I shall do so. Thank you, my lady. Ms. Morale, as a care worker, you are not in a position to express an opinion or comment on issues that fall within the field of medicine. Do you agree?
Bjale ka motho a berekang a le care worker a le na experience kapa tsebo e le ka le thušang hore le kgone go ba le ntho e le ka e bolelelang ka taba tša bophelo ba motho. Ha ho bjalo? That is correct.
Thank you. And in that context, you cannot comment on what caused the death of any of the patients to which these proceedings relate.
Gore le ka se kgone gore le bolelle gore ke eng se dirileng gore ba bangwe ba balwetši ba tlhokagale, ga go bjalo? That is correct.
Thank you, Mrs. Morale. Mrs. Morale, just dealing with your experience in the treatment or management of mental health care users, you have no formal training in that field, do you?
Jale ka go thuša batho ba lwalang ka tlhogo a lena a la ithutela go bereka mmereko. That is correct.
Thank you. Now, if we can turn to the agreement that you entered into with the Department of Health to accept mental health care users. If I understand you correctly, my lady, I wish to refer the witness to page 37530 on case lines. Do you have it, Mrs. Morale?
Le hweditše?
Does the interpreter also have something before him? Or can
Wa
we
getting
display
in, my
that?
lady.
Okay.
Sorry, Mrs. Murali, I'm not sure. Do you have that page before you?
Membrale le hweditše pampiri eo? No, I'm not there yet. Beg the court's indulgence.
Just let me know when you are there and take your time.
Le ka re botša ga setse le fihlile foo. Can you please give me the page number again?
Certainly, it is 37530.
Le kwele ke page 37530. Le hweditše?
As she's still busy looking for the page, can I ask anybody to display it on the screen for the interpreter?
I'll appreciate it if somebody could assist, my lady. Unfortunately, I'm not technologically...
Well, Sacha was there and the others even. Yes, please assist us.
I have found it as well, my lady.
Okay, you have case line with you. Okay, thanks very much.
Yes, my lady.
Thanks, Sacha. Does the witness have the page?
Le hweditše, Membrale? Yes, I found it.
Thank you, Ms. Muralia. This is page 6 of your supplementary affidavit, dated the 22nd of July, 2022. And I wish to refer you to paragraph 6.1 thereof. My lady, if you will bear with me for a moment, I just want to get the correct exhibit number. My lady, I stand to be corrected, but I believe this is exhibit FF2.
I'm still checking, just a second. Yes, correct. It's exhibit FF2.
As your ladyship pleases. Ms. Murali, in paragraph 6.1 of exhibit FF2, you say, we were supposed to receive patients that were mobile, fairly independent, able to wash and feed themselves, were at the end of their treatment. Who did you, or who advised you that those were the patients that you were going to receive?
Bjale mo 6.1 ba re le swantse le amogele balwetši ba ne ba kgona go sepela gape go itirela dilo ba kgonang go itlhapisa gape le go ijiša ene ba ne ba le ko mafelelong a go šomiša treatment ya bona bjale le be le nagana gore ke bomang bao?
Who advised that you were? Who advised that you were supposed to receive those patients? Was that your question, Mr. van Bergen?
Indeed, my lady, as your ladyship pleases.
Yes, Mr. Interpreter, please, we're still in the morning.
Apologies, my lady. Ke mang a le boditšeng gore le be le swantse le be le balwetši bao?
The officials, the Department of Health.
Just say one thing, let the interpreter interpret, and then you'll continue. You have said that it is what? It is who?
It was the officials of the Department of Health.
Yes, continue. You were saying something after that.
Le ka tšwela pele.
Ya gore ne ba re balwetse ba re tshwanetse gore re be le bone ke ba re tshwanetse re ba prepare gore ba boelle metseng ya bo bona ba ye kgona go phela le family re kgone go prepare le family gore ba kgone go phela le bona.
Yes, it's because the patients that we're told we're going to receive are the patients that we're going to prepare for returning them to their families so they could go and be able to live with their families.
Yes.
Mrs. Murale, was there any specific official who undertook to you that these were the patients that you were going to receive?
Hona le ole tsebang ka lena hore ke yena a le boditšeng gore ba ke balwetse ba le tla ba amogelang.
Very, very sorry meeting with the officials.
We had a meeting with the officials.
Dr. Manamela.
There was Dr. Manamela there.
Franz Tobani, le ba bang.
Together with Franz Tobani and others.
Do you understand the question?
Like we should put I thought I understood it.
Who specifically told you that those were the type of patients you were going to receive? Did I capture it properly, Mr. Van Bergen?
As your ladyship pleases.
Pushisha iri, ke mang mo bathong ba a ileng a le botjore o ba ke bona balwetse ba letla ba amogelang.
Nka se kgone gore ke re ke mang specifically because re bolela re ka mo meeting ba re prepare ba re botsa gore potsa balwetse ba ba bjang.
I won't be able to say specifically who it was because we're in a meeting where they were discussing with us, preparing us for receiving the patients.
Continue.
Was any other type of mental health care patient discussed in that meeting?
Hona le mohuta o mongwe wa motho a lwalang ka tlhogo o ileng a ba bolela ka ena mo meeting o? No.
Thank you. Ms. Murale, in your amendments to your various affidavits, one of the principal changes was that in almost all instances where there was a reference to I, you changed that to us. Do you recall that?
La gopola gore ga ntse le fetola di affidavits tša lena mo ne ba ngwetše gore nna le le la kopa gore e fetolwe e be rona la gopola eo. Yes, I remember that.
Now, I just want to get clarity. If you would please turn to page 549 on case lines.
You kopa le go page 549 go page case lines.
Lady, I believe that is FF1.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Van Bergen.
As your ladyship pleases. Do you have that page, Ms. Murale?
Memoraleli, where did you page eo? That is correct.
I wish to refer you to paragraph 7.
Ke kopa le ye ko paragraph 7 moo.
And in paragraph 7, you made changes to the effect that it was not you that received the patients, but you said we received the patients. Do you remember that?
La gopolo re mo le la kopa gore mo le leng ke lena le amogetseng balwetši e fetolo gore e ska re nna ke amogetše balwetši e ngwale gore rona re amogetše balwetši la gopola eo. Yes, I remember that.
Now, somebody must have been in charge of the group of officials from Chepong, you would agree?
Gore go na le motho o be ana le boikarabelo ka batho ba Tshepong la dumela seo. Yes, I do.
And am I correct in assuming that the person who was in charge of that group was you in your capacity as the CEO of Chepong?
Nka tšea gore ke be le lena ba ne ba ka tšea boikarabelo ka batho ba Tshepong bjale ka CEO ya go Tshepong.
Lady, before the witness can answer.
Yes, Mr. Just a second for me. Mr. Pichela.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I think the question is a bit vague and it's unfair to the witness. As the CEO, she was in charge.
Can the witness step aside, please, as we are dealing with this objection? May you step aside? Thank you. Yes, continue, Mr. Pichela.
My lady will pardon me for my voice. Yeah, as I was saying,
it has been a weekend, we understand.
No, flu.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, my lady, the issue that I have is the question is a bit vague because within the context of what preceded the questions, she was being asked about things that she did as a care worker. And now I don't understand whether she's being asked in respect of her responsibilities as the CEO or in what other capacity, or whether specifically she was the one overlooking this transfer process and what. Because I remember from her testimony, she did indicate that she was not involved.
Okay, can we hear Mr. Van Bergen?
As your leadership, please.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I submit that the question could not have been clearer. It was put to Ms. Morale that someone must have been in charge, and I then asked whether she was the person who was in charge in her capacity as CEO. I wasn't asking about to what extent she was involved. I didn't ask whether she was there in her capacity as a care worker. The question is straightforward and to the point, and I submit cannot be misunderstood. Someone was in charge. The question is who was it?
Thank you very much. I heard you. Mr. Pichela, you want to say something before the court rules? I think you have explained yourself, unless if you want to say something else.
I think now I also understand the context, my lady.
Yes. I think the question is allowed. I think you were just jumping the gun, Mr. Pichela. Where is the witness? The question is allowed. Thank you. Yes, if you can just ask that question again, Mr. Van Bergen.
As your ladyship pleases. Mrs. Morale, The question that I put to you was whether the person in charge of the contingent from Chepong was you in your capacity as the CEO of Chepong.
Motho ba ka tšea boikarabelo ka batho ba tswang ko Tshepong e be le lena bjale ka CEO ya ko Tshepong. That is correct.
And am I also correct that it was in the same capacity, namely as CEO, that you had attended the meeting with the Department of Health officials at which the type of patients that you were to receive had been discussed?
Ke bjale ka CEO gore ha le yo attend a meeting ola wa Department of Health le ile mola bjale ka CEO o aga tšeang boikarabelo bjale ka mehuta ya balwetši ba le ka ba tšeang. That is correct.
Thank you. Ms. Morale, you testified that on the 12th of May 2016, when you noted the mental health care users that were being handed over, that you realized that they were not of the nature or in the nature of the patients that you had been told you would be receiving.
Yale ka di 12 tsa May 2016 ge le amogela balwetši ba lwalang ka tlhogo le ile la bona gore ha se ba mofuta o le ka kgonang gore le kgone go ba thuša ga go bjalo.
Ke boditse gore ga se ba re gore ba emetse ka ya ka ba lebella ka khotša le gore go ya ka nna ke ga se bona.
Yes, I was told that they were not the type, and I went to look at them and I confirmed that they were not the type.
Yes. And you explained that your realization in this regard was also based on the fact that some were in wheelchairs and others you described as being bedridden. Is that correct?
Gore ntho e leng a dira gore le nagane bjalo gore ba bang le bone gore ba sepela ka di-wheelchair ba bane ba ne ba le ko mepetong ga o bjalo.
Ga go bjalo.
No, it is not so.
Then can you explain why or how you recognized that these patients were not the same as those that had been promised to you?
Le ka tlhalosa ge gore bjale balwetši ba ne ba fapena bjang le ba ne le tshepisitšwe bona.
Ka lebaka la gore bontsi bja bona ba rile ge ba ba tlisa mo biseng ba rile ba ba pušitse ka di-wheelchair mara ba tsamaya ba kgona gore ba tenametsa ba ba nametsa ka wheelchair e. So re ile re bona ge re setse re fitlhile ko gae ka di 13.
Well, it is because when they brought some of them, they could go and board on themselves. They did not have to carry them with the wheelchairs. And that is the reason when we arrived home is then that we had made the realization that these are not the types. And le boletše ka di 13 gore go diragalang ka di 13?
Bontsi bja bona re ba bone ka di 13.
We saw most of them on the 13th.
I see. Can I perhaps just refer you to paragraph 7 on page 549, Mrs. Morale?
We could go page 7, page paragraph 7, page 549.
And more specifically, let me just count the lines. if you count to line 9,
line number 9.
and just tell me when you are there.
Le fihlile moo?
Eh,
Yes, I am there.
The sentence starts at the end of the line. I tried to refuse to take the mental health care users.
Sentence eo e starta mo e reng ke lekile go gana go tšea balwetši ba lwalang ka tlhogo.
Do you see that, Mrs. Morale?
La e bona eo.
eh,
That is correct.
That refers to what happened at the scene on the 12th of May 2016.
Into e diragetšeng fa we ka di 12 tša May 2016.
eh,
That is correct.
So even at that stage, Mrs. Morale, prior to the 13th, you had realized that these patients differed from those that you had expected.
So gore ka yona nako eo di so fihle di 13 ne le setse le tseba gore balwetši ba a se ba mohuta ba o le be le lebelletše gore ba tla lefa bona.
ka ge ke tlhaolosa gore ba informile gore ge ba ba tlisa mo beseng ba bangwe ke ba phushiwe ka di-wheelchair but
Like
ba
I tried
kgona
to
gore ba sa
explain, like I tried to explain, when they brought them to the bus, some of them were being pushed on wheelchairs. Le ka tšwela pele.
but ge ba namela ba re ne ba tinametse so ge ke ba lebelela.
But when they got onto the bus, they got onto the bus on their own. Tšwelang pele.
Ge nna ke ba lebelela ke ba bone ba gore ba lwala.
When I looked at them, I realized that when I looked at them, I realized that they are sick. Tšwelang pele.
Ke lebaka
Yes,
leo
I'm
ne
going
ke
to. Okay, finish.
Tšwelang pele.
ke ka lebaka leo ke bego ke nyaka go ba gana ke feditseng ke founela Dr. Manamela.
That is the reason why I wanted to refuse them, and that is why I eventually phoned Dr. Manamela.
And this happened on the 12th, on the day you were to collect them. Is that what you are saying?
Se le se bolelang gore ntho e diragetše ka di 12 ka tšatši le be le ilo ba tšea ke ntho e le e bolelang.
Go with that.
That is correct.
And Mrs. Morale, am I correct that you wanted to refuse to take them because you realized that Chepong was not properly equipped to look after patients of that nature?
Gore botse ne le sa nyake go ba tšea ka lebaka la gore le be le tseba gore Tshepong ga ena diro tše le ka di šomišetšang go kgona go ba thuša ge ba ka tla ko tshepisong ko Tshepong.
Na go le lebaka la gore ge di-professional ba checka dilo tsa bone ba rile ga bana back history ya gore na bolwetse di-chronic tsa bona ke eng because ge re ba lebeletse rena re bona ba lwala physically mara ga gona di-report tsa gore di-chronic tsa bona ke eng tse dirang gore ba be ka mo go baneng ka gore ba le go weak.
When the professionals looked at them, it's because the professionals did not have the history of their chronic diseases. And when we looked at them, we just saw that they were ill, but we did not have any history regarding their chronic illnesses.
Mrs. Murali, will you just please answer the question that I asked?
Ke kopa re arabe kutlwisiso e ke e botsisang.
And the question was, you did not want to take them because you realized that Chipong was not properly equipped to look after patients such as those who were being transferred to you.
Gore le be le gana go ba tšea ka lebaka la gore le be le tseba gore Tshepong ha a lokišetšwa gore e ka kgona go tšea batho ba mohuta o ka mokgwa o ne ba lwala ka gona. Ha o bjalo?
Yeah.
Le rileng? A ka lekwa?
Ke re go bjalo.
That is correct.
And that is what prompted you to telephone Dr. Manamela. Because you were concerned.
Sorry, le founele Dr. Manamela.
Because you were concerned that those patients would not receive the care that they required.
Ka lebaka la gore le be le belaela gore balwetse ba ne ba ka se kgone gore le be le ka se kgone go ba thuša.
Response?
Le reng?
Nkare ke eng ebile nkare ke ao.
I could say yes and I could say no.
Well, can you explain that answer?
Yes, Mrs. Murali. Just give the interpreter the chance to interpret, right?
Hey.
You can say yes or no, then you can explain.
Le ka kgona gore e kapa le gane bjale tlhalosang gore ke ka baka la eng gore le be le ka kgona gore le dumele kapa o gane.
Ka lebaka la gore ge molwetse o mo tseya from go pleke e nngwe o tshwanetse o be o itse gore na o mo treata eng ntle le mental ka re a tseba re ke balwetse ba tlhaologana mara re tshwanetse re tsebe gore na problem ya bona ke eng ka ge gore re ba lebeletse gore ba lwala physical. So ge go sena information ya gore ba na le di-chronic.
We could take the patients, when you take patients from another institution, you have to know the other treatments that they require, apart from their mental problems. Because when we looked at them, we realized that they were actually ill.
And go gore na re a tseba gore ga rena doctor ya tlo kgona gore a tle a ba checke physical a ba diagnose re botse gore chronic ya bona ke eng.
It's also because we did not have a doctor who was going to check them and to find out what their chronic illnesses are.
Mrs. Murali, what you are actually saying is exactly what I put to you. Is you approached Dr. Manamela out of concern that because of the nature of the patients, Chepong would not be able to look after them properly.
Dr. Manamela ka lebaka la gore ge le lebeletše balwetse ba le la bona gore Tshepong ke ga se kgone go ba thuša ka malwetse a bona.
Fetotse ke re go ka ba eng le ao ya gore aowa ke lebaka la gore ge molwetse o tshwanetse mo revive o sa tsebe gore na bothata bja gage ke eng go ba difficult because re tshwanetse re ba tse re ba ise ditleliniking re ba ise dipetlele gore ba kgone gore botsa ka di-chronic tsa bona.
I said no, because if you're supposed to revive a patient not knowing what the problem is, because we need to take them to clinics and take them to hospitals regarding their illnesses.
Mrs. Morale, I'm going to ask the question again because you still haven't answered it. You contacted Dr. Manamela, as you say,
Dr. Manamela,
because you were concerned that, having regard to the nature of the patients who were being transferred to you, that Chepong was not equipped to look after them properly.
le be le na le pelaelo ya gore ge le lebelela babeletši ba tlisitsweng mo lena, Tshepong e be ka se kgone gore e ka kgona go ba amogela, e kgone go ba oka.
Just before she responds, I think there is an objection here, Mr. Pichela.
My lady, my objection is premised on two grounds. The first one is relevance. We are here to investigate the cause of death or causation in respect of these mental health care users. I don't see where this is taking us in that regard. The second one is the witness has answered the question. She has indicated, I would say yes in the one respect and no in the other respect. But the learned senior counsel seems to want the witness to answer the question the way he wants the question to be answered. He can still make the argument at the end. But most importantly, relevance, my lady.
Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the witness has given, in answer to the question, reasons that actually support the question that I put to her, namely that they didn't have a doctor, they didn't have this, they didn't have that. The question was a simple one. You approached Dr. Manamela because you realized at the time, having seen these patients, that Chepong was not equipped to deal with them. It's a simple question. And she dances around it, my lady. She gives answers which support exactly what I put to her. And the relevance of this is, and it goes to ultimately to causation, is having anticipated, as I submit she did, that Chepong should not take these patients. She still proceeded to do so. And then the question is, well, what steps did she take to safeguard them? And I submit it's a question. It's relevant to the issue before this court.
Thank you very much. I saw Mr. Sibar.
As it pleases the court, my lady, I'm sorry to interpose my senior. Is it a question for my senior that did you contact Dr. Manamela because you had realized that Chepong received patients which it was not equipped to look after?
Correct.
Because I did not hear the witness testifying to that effect. And if my learned colleague is putting such a supposition to the witness, there should be a background to be built. Which patients is my senior referring to that Chepong could not look after? Before we come to that supposition, my lady, I think perhaps maybe the relevance can be sought through that if he wants to persist on that line of questioning, my lady, as it pleases the court.
Thank you. Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. I did address that issue, my lady. My introductory question related to the nature of the patients, that some were, well, initially, I put that they were in wheelchairs and some were bedridden. Initially, she said, no, they weren't in wheelchairs. Then she said, yes, they were in wheelchairs. So the nature of the patients has already been addressed. It is clear which patients we're referring to. And the allegation by this witness is that those patients were ill. They were not stable patients, the ones described in paragraph 6.1 of FF.
Yes, we are well aware of that paragraph, I think. Yes.
So I submit
Thank
that there's
you.
no validity to any of the
Mr.
objections.
Mr. Sibara, then Mr. Pitlela, then the court will have to make a ruling after that. Are you still there, Mr. Sibara?
I'm still here, my lady. It's a bit of an unfair question to the witness, my lady. And
is this not something that comes from her own statement? Come again?
But that is, she did not specify that. I called Dr. Manamela in a statement that Tshepong had received mental health care users which we are not equipped to deal with.
Come again?
And to put, there's no evidence before this court from this witness that I called Dr. Manamela because I received patients which Tshepong could not take care of. There's no such evidence. If my man serves me well, my lady.
Just a second, I think.
My apologies.
Paragraph 6.1 of page, that will be FF2. Am I correct, Mr. Van Bergen?
The 6.1 of FF2 is where she says which patients they were supposed to receive, my lady.
Yes.
And then in paragraph 7 on page 549 of FF1, she explains that she tried to refuse to take the users. She says, I believe that I received MHCUs who were supposed to have been discharged to the mental hospital before they can be considered to be transferred to NGOs. The patient's wellness and health was not good. I phoned Dr. Manamela to inform her.
I just want to check. Just a second. I want to go back to FF2 is 37530.
As your ladyship pleases.
This is what it says, Mr. Sibara, paragraph 6.1 on page 37530. Paragraph 6.1. We were supposed to receive patients that were mobile, fairly independent, able to watch and feed themselves, were at the end of their treatment, but instead were given patients that required a higher degree of care, as some were bedridden, could not communicate, had comorbidities, most of whom were heavy smokers and generally unsuited for care at an AGO environment.
Yes, madam.
Right, and then okay. If you go back to 549.
549.
Paragraph
yes.
7. Just a second. Yes, this is now FF1.
FF1.
She says here, right, I tried to refuse to take the mental health care users. I believe I received mental care users who were supposed to have been discharged to the mental hospital before they can be considered to be transferred to the NGOs. The patient's wellness and health was not good. I phoned Dr. Manamela to inform her about the expired medication and the patient's condition. Right? So that caters for all of it. I think this is the evidence.
I admit the last part, Malady. I concede on that.
Thank you.
I noted only the expired medication, Malady.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Pitlela, if you can just close it so that the court can make a ruling on this point.
My lady, from the clarity that has been afforded by the Learned Senior Counsel, is now pushing the rhetoric that because NGOs were not equipped, therefore they should have refused patients and I have an issue with that, because now you're asking the witness, it is an argument, it is a fact that can be argued at the end. We have already had clinicians, my lady, who have indicated that those types of patients were not suited for an NGO environment. That is not an issue. That is not an issue, my lady. And if there is an explanation already advanced on this statement, why are we going backwards? Because now I have to tell my witness not to answer the question. I have to advise my client not to answer that question, my lady.
But Mr. Pichela, the witness says in the two statements, right? The evidence is clear. She says, this is the type of patients that I've received, right? And according to the witness, she says, this is not what we had expected. It is the witness who's saying that. So counsel wants to take that point further to say, when you called Dr. Manamela, this is something that she says in her statement to say, I called Dr. Manamela and explained to her the condition of the patients. So why don't we leave the witness to answer and then so that we can hear what counsel wants to hear from the witness? Because counsel says, does it therefore mean that your NGO at the time was not equipped? Let's not jump the gun. I think you're just jumping the gun. Is it something that, I mean, let's hear from the witness.
My lady, the issue
this
that
is
I
something
have
that she says in the statement.
The issue that I have, my lady, is with the manner in which the question is being put. The witness has already indicated that she, yes and no. And in that context, she explained the reason why we felt that these patients, we had an issue with them is because you need to know the medical history of a person in order to know if they've got chronic conditions. So you know who you are treating and whether you can only make that determination once you have all the information. Because some of the patients, we did not have a doctor to come on site and assess them for the chronic conditions. That is her testimony. Now we are asking her.
I don't think that question has been answered. I don't think that question, the answer to that question is not, it doesn't even come near to the question. This is the statement. The witness says, this, according to what I was told, right? I had expected this category of patients. Unfortunately, the patients that we found, that we received, is this type of patients. Now, this led me to doing what? To phoning or contacting Dr. Manamela, right? And alert her of the condition of those patients, right? Now, the only question that counsel wants the witness to respond to is whether the NGO at the time, the reason for her to contact Dr. Manamela, what was the reason for her to do that? Counsel wants to know as to whether, was she concerned about that type, those type of patients that were received? In the sense that that NGO itself was not suitable to cater for that particular patients, because that is not what they had expected. We don't know what counsel is going to ask further. It has got nothing to what the what the witness has said regarding the condition of the issue of the history and the like. That's how I understand the question.
Yes, your ladyship pleases.
Yes. Can you continue, Mr. I'm going to allow this question. Continue, Mr. van Bergen.
As your ladyship pleases.
Where is the witness? Yes, if you can, the question can just be rephrased, Mr.
My lady, perhaps
I'm going to ask the interpreter to listen attentively. I hear that the question is very long. If you can just try to summarize it or just make it short.
My lady, I'm going to ask it in a different manner. and
Okay, that's fine.
submit we'll get to the same conclusion. Mrs.
Yes,
Morale,
continue.
was Chepong equipped both physically as to its surroundings and with regard to staff to care for patients of the nature that you received?
Mr. Interpreter.
Morale, Tshepong e be e agilwe ka tsela e ya go ba le dilo tše di ka di šomišang gape le bašomedi ba Tshepong ba ka kgonang gore ba ka thuša balwetši ba ileng la ba amogela.
To care. Go ba tlhokomela.
Ba go ba tlhokomela gore le ka ba kgona go ba tlhokomela. That is correct.
So are you satisfied that Chepong could adequately and safely look after the patients that you received on the 12th of May 2016?
So le gotsofetše gore Tshepong e be e ka kgona go tlhokomela balwetši ba le ba amogetšeng ka di 12 tša May 2016.
Ke fetotseng ka gore ka ba eng le aowa ka ke re because
just a second, I think. Just a second, Mr. Pichel.
My lady, I think there is one ingredient that is missing from the interpretation. And that word is muhuta, type, because he's speaking about patients in general terms, but it's not telling, because I understand the Learned Senior Counsel to be speaking of a certain category of patients and types of patients.
That is the crux
so
of that question.
it's not coming through to the witness. That's why she's answering in the affirmative here and there, because he's merely talking in general about patients, but not the specific ones that were being referred to. That's your leadership, please.
I'll have to have 6 years now. Okay, thank you.
I agree with Mr. Pishley, lady.
Just before you interpret, Mr. Interpreter. The previous question, I'll combine it with the last question, but I'll have to pause in between so that you can be able to interpret it. The question was Tshepong equipped in terms of its surroundings, staff, and other things to care for the patients or the category of patients that you received?
Potšišo e re Tshepong e be e agilwe le go ba di šomišwa tše di ka le bašomedi ba Tshepong ba ne ba ka kgona gore ba ka tlhokomela mohuta wa balwetši ba le ba amogetšeng.
Those that you received. There is a difference between those that they had expected and those that they had received. So now we're talking about the category of patients received by Tshepong.
Jale re bolela ka balwetši ba le ba amogetšeng ko Tshepong. No, we were not in position to receive most of them.
So I think the second question will therefore be necessary and not necessary. You can continue, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Mrs. Morale, and that is the reason why you tried not to take them and phoned Dr. Manamela. Is that correct?
Jale ke lona lebaka le direleng gore le leke gore le ska ba amogela le gore le fonele Dr. Malemlele. That is correct.
Continue.
Mrs. Morale, I'm going to step off this aspect and I'm going to just take you to the issue of the alleged expired medication that you say was initially provided.
Jale ke le tla re le bolele ka ditlhare tse ne di fetetswe ke nako tse le bolelang gore le filwe tsona.
Just a second before she does anything. Okay. You are not expected to answer now. Counsel is just saying that she is now turning to the issue of expired medication, as you had alleged in your evidence.
Bora ha sore le tshwantse re alabe gone jale ba no le botsa fela gore ba nyaka go lebella taba ya ditlhare tse fetetsweng ke nako.
Yes.
I am listening.
Mrs. Morale, the evidence of the Life Esidimeni representative at Waverley on 12 May 2016, Mrs. Buthelezi, was that all necessary medication had been provided and was correct. If you can translate that, Mr. Interpreter.
Bupaki bo, can you please repeat the question? It is
okay, let me assist you. That's fine. Let Mr. Interpreter, I'll assist you.
Appreciate it, my lady.
What counsel is putting to the witness is that the evidence of Mrs. Buthelezi, who was at Life Esidimeni in Waverley on the 12th of May 2016, was that all the medication that was provided was correct. Is that the question, Mr.
As your ladyship, please.
Yale, upaki bo filweng ke Mrs. Buthelezi, wa ko Life Esidimeni ko Waverley. Ka di 12 tša May 2016, o re ditlhare tsohle tše le filweng tšona di be di lokile, di be di sena mathata.
Yes, what is the question? Yes, any comment?
What are you saying? I'm saying I am disputing that.
Ms. Buthelezi's evidence was confirmed by the Department of Health officials at Waverley on 12 May 2016, Dr. Sophie Lenkwane and Ms. Notseba Sinello.
Are gape bopaki bo ke bo Dr. Dr. Healthy, Dr. Nkwana, li o mong. What is the second name? The name of the second person?
Just before we do that, just a second, Mr. Interpreter. Counsel is saying to the witness, Mrs. Buthelezi's evidence was confirmed by officials of the department, namely Dr. Lenkwane and Mrs. Sunuelo, who were there on the 12th of May 2016.
But taba e boletseng ke Mrs. Buthelezi e le ya tlaleletswa ke the official judge ko Department of Health ke Dr. Lenkwane le Mrs. Sinuelo gore ditlhare tše di be di lokile.
Ke ganana le bona ka mokgwa ba bolelago.
I am disputing it the way that they are putting it.
The evidence of Dr. Mkachwa, the managing director of Life Esidimeni at that time, was that no incident of expired medication was reported to him or to Life Esidimeni management. Can you comment on that?
Then Dr. Nkatfa wa go Life Esidimeni wela re ga gona ditlhare tše ba ileng mammotša ka tšona tše di fetšweng ke nako le reng ka seo tše e leng gore ba ile ba mmotša ka tšona.
ga ke tsebe ka go bona but nna se ke se tsebang ke gore ba feditse ba re phakela ditlhare re tlogile ko ka 8 ya bosigo ba re phakela tsa 7 days.
Well, I do not know about that, but what I know is that they eventually delivered those medicines to us at 8 in the evening.
Just hold it there. Yes. Continue, Mr. Van der.
I see Mr. Pishlela's hand is up already.
Oh, Mr. Pihlela? Mr. Pihlela, are you there?
Apologies for interrupting my learned colleague's cross-examination. My lady, I have one issue with this point
the witness
particular that is being canvassed.
I'm listening.
During the cross-examination by the learned senior counsel of Ms. Rochelle Godin, he put the proposition to that witness that the issue with the medication was resolved immediately. Now, that is an acknowledgement that this issue actually transpired, but now we seem to be going in a different direction altogether. And it was the senior counsel who put that proposition to Ms. Rochelle Godin.
Thank you. Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I'm dealing with the evidence of the witnesses who have testified who were on the scene, Ms. Buthelezi, Dr. Lenkwane, Ms. Sanella. I will get to the issue of whether it was resolved or not. What I'm putting on record is that according to the evidence that was given, there is no knowledge of such an incident. And I'm asking this witness's comment thereon. My next step is going to deal with the issue of, and it really goes to relevance as to what happened ultimately.
Yes, before we go there, I don't want these things to be confusing the record. Does this issue that Mr. Pihlela has raised, does it relate to the issue of the expired medication? Because I thought the issue that was resolved pertained to the issue of the medication that was short, where that ran short, where it was supposed to be 28 days, then they were given either 21 days, if I remember the evidence.
Yes.
So do they relate to each other so that we shouldn't be confusing the issues?
Yes, well, lady, I don't want to create confusion.
We are now talking expired medication.
Yes, expired medication, the allegation.
And I hear the witness response, just a second. I hear the witness response in relation to your, the response to your question. Her response, she's talking about the fact that she doesn't know, but at the end, eventually 7-day medication was provided. So I think we shouldn't mix the two, because as far as I understand, maybe you can assist me, but as far as I understand the line of questioning, there are two separate things that relates to the medication. There is an issue of expired medication, and there was an issue of the medication that ran short.
Yes. My lady, my questioning...
Am I correct before we go
Yes.
anyway?
Yes, but my question and the following questions will make it clear, my lady. It's going to address all of these issues because ultimately,
Okay.
whatever the truth is, it amounts to nothing because this witness's own evidence is on the assumption that there was expired medication and that only 7 days medication, correct medication, had been given. Even if that is accepted, her evidence is that within 5 days after that, they received sufficient medication and no patient went without medication at any stage.
Okay.
And that is all I'm going to address with this witness, my lady. I wanted to get on record that her version is disputed, but even if her version is accepted, it played no role whatsoever in what happened, because on her own version, all patients received their medication.
Yes. Mr. Pichel?
My lady, if I may ventilate the issue as such, what happened on the day was patients were given 21 days medication, not the 28 that is required. Then they found
Yes.
that this medication has expired.
Yes, correct.
Then it was replaced with 7 days medication because apparently they were saying there was not enough people to pack medicine for this many people at the time. That is the version that I understand to be on record and which was also put by me to Rochelle Godin as well as Ms. Hannah Jacobas on this aspect. Now the Learned Senior Counsel on that.
Meaning that they didn't get the quantity that they were supposed to get. But then,
indeed, my lady.
Coupled with the issue of that quantity, which was supposed to be 28, they got 2021. But then coupled to that medication had expired. Is that what you are saying now?
Because
but now,
the question
then
that
why give them 7 days? Just a second. Why then give them 7 days medication while you had to replace everything? You see, that's where the problem comes. Can we leave that and then let the witness answer? We'll deal with that when the court will look at the evidence as a whole, just to avoid all this confusion.
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Continue, Mr. van Bergen. The question is allowed.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, to simplify matters and to avoid any confusion, I'm going to go straight to the crux of the issue. Mrs. Morale, as has been put to you, your version that there had been insufficient medication given which had expired is disputed. You say you persist with your version.
Memorale, ntho e le boletseng gore le be le file ditlhare tse sa lekanang gape le ditlhare tse di fetetsweng ke nako ba ganetsana le yona ntho eo.
The question is, do you still persist?
Jale le
I
nyaka
see
go
Ms.
tswela pele.
Can the interpreter just interpret first? I will note you. I've noted you, Ms. Kokwaka.
Jale o tshisho gore le santse le nyaka go tswela pele ka go bolela seo.
Medication no expired.
Yes, I'm saying the medication had expired.
Thank you. Ms. Toka, apologies because I was also noting the question. Ms. Toka?
As the court pleases, my lady. My lady, I wanted to assist when Mr. Pichela was referring to Ms. Gordon. Now I pressed it by mistake,
yes.
My lady. I apologize.
It's just that, yeah, I think either your hand came late or I didn't notice it.
No, my lady, I did
Continue.
not. I just pressed it by mistake now, my lady. I had no
Okay.
intention to object or anything. My apologies.
Okay. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, my lady.
I see it's now 18 minutes past 11. I don't know whether you still have questions so that we
Lady,
can now take the tea adjournment.
If I can
Or
just,
do you want to finish your cross-examination first?
can I just finalize this aspect, my lady?
Yes, it's fine.
I-
You can just finalize that.
Thank you. Mrs. Morale, irrespective of the version that her ladyship accepts at the end of the day, your evidence was that the correct amount of medication was obtained within or after about 5 days. Is that correct?
Bjale mme Morale, le ge kgoro e ka amogela ka mokgwa o le beileng ditaba ka gona, kore bopaki ba lona ke ba gore ka moraga ga matsatsi a matlhano le ile la hwetša ditlhare tše lekaneng, ga go bjana? That is correct.
Thank you.
So all patients at all times had sufficient medication.
Bjale kore balwetši ka nako tšohle ne ba na le ditlhare tše lekaneng. That is correct.
Thank you, my lady. If it would be convenient to take the tea adjournment at this stage.
Thank you. The witness can be warned.
Bjale le gopoleng gore ge le tšwela ko ntle, le seke la bolela le motho o mongwe ka taba e go fihlela le boela ka mo, la kwešiša? I understand, my lady.
The court will take a tea adjournment. We will resume at 11:35. Thank you.
As your ladyship pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes, you are reminded that you are still under oath. Where is the interpreter?
La gopola gape gore le santse le tlamme gore bolella nnete. That is correct, my
Mr. Van
lady.
Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Mrs. Morale, as regards your evidence about records that were provided by Life Esidimeni, you testified that you do not know medical records and you don't know what they should contain. Do you confirm that evidence?
Re bolela ka di-records tse di hwetšeng go Life Esidimeni. Bjale lena le boletše gore ha le tsebe gore di-record ke dilo tša mohuta mang le gape le gore di na le eng ka mogare. A so bjalo? I said so.
And I gathered from your evidence that you were merely saying what was reported to you by people who are not before this court.
Bjale ge ke lebelela bopaki ba lena ke bona o ka re le be le bolela ka dilo tše ba tlileng ba tlo le begela tšona a se gore lena le di bone ka matlha a lena go bjalo. Yes, that is what I was told about.
Yes. My lady, on that basis, I'm not going to explore the issue of the records or any alleged lack or deficiencies in them further with this witness. Mrs. Morale, I'm just going to deal with 3 patients who passed away, who you were personally involved with.
Ke batla bolela le wena ka balwetši ba bararo ba e leng gore le be le bereka ka bona ba tlhokagetšeng.
And those are Mr. Johan Botha,
Ya mathomo ke Johan Botha,
Mr. Johan Snyder,
ke le hape le Johan Snyder,
and Mr. Frans Dekker.
hape le reference Dekker.
Now, if we can start with Mr. Botha, or perhaps before I do that, do you confirm that those are the only 3 patients that you had personal contact with?
Yele a re thome re so tshware thoma ke ya go tse bore balwetši ba bararo ba ke go boleditšeng ka bona ke ba e leng gore lena le le la ba bona ka mahlo la ya go bona. That is correct.
Thank you. Mrs. Morale, if you could turn to page, well, firstly, page 552 in FF1.
Ga le ka go page 552.
You are there?
Le fihlile phone.
Are you there, Mrs. Morale?
Yes, I have arrived.
Mrs. Morale, in the first bulleted paragraph on that page, you said Johannes Botha was suffering from cancer. He was ill and then taken to Kalafong Hospital for medical treatment. At the hospital, the patient was then referred to Steve Biko Hospital for further treatment. The family was informed about the admission of the patient, and his brother refused to give consent for the patient to be operated. Do you confirm that evidence?
Mo ba boletše ka gore le boletše gore Johannes Botha o ba na le bolwetše ba cancer and o ba lwala and then o ile a tšewa a iswa Kalafong gore a ba ile mo thuša gona and bjale ko sepetlele se o ile a fetišetšwa ko sepetlele sa Steve Biko gore a ile hwetša thušo e nngwe gape bjale batho ba lelapa la gagwe ba boditšwe ka gore o tšerwe a išwa sepetlele and boto wa gagwe a gana gore a dumele gore a operatiwe. La e dumela le dumelana se se ngwadilweng fa?
Ke kgopela go lokisa mo abuti wa gagwe o dumetse go ganne molwetse ka boyena.
No, I need to correct something. The brother gave consent, but it was the patient that refused.
Yes, Mrs. Murali, you're correct. The documentation supports what you stated now.
No, ke dumelana le wena o bolela nnete, ditokomane tše di dumelana le se o se bolelelang kon judge.
Ke a leboga.
Thank you.
And you would agree that Mr. Botha was also received at Chepong during May 2016, is that correct?
Abela dumela gore Johan Botha o ile a amogelwa ko Tshepong ka May ya 2016 le dumelana le seo? That is correct.
And he passed away on 9 December 2016, is that correct?
O ile a tlhokagala ka di 9 tša December 2016 go bjalo? That is correct.
In other words, 6 months after he had been transferred.
Gore ka mantswe a mangwe ke kgwedi tše 6 ka morago gore a transferiwe. That is correct.
Mrs. Murali, if you would then turn to page 551.
Ke kopa le ye go ntšhatše ko page 551. I have arrived there.
The second last bullet on that page refers to the name Jan Seinder. I assume that should be Johan Snyder.
Koma felelong a tokomane go na le pudalethethi tše pedi ya bobedi go tloga ko tlase e bolela ka Jan e ngwadilwe bjale ka Jan Seinder ke nagana gore e be e swantše e be Jan Snyder le reng ka seo?
Ke Jan Snyder.
The name is Jan Snyder.
Right.
Not Johannes Snyder.
No.
So the correct one is Jan Snyder.
Uri lebitso la gagwe gabotsebotse ke Jan Snyder. That is correct.
Okay.
Well, my lady, I submit there isn't much that turns on the name. There is only one Snyder who has a
that's fine.
And that is number 25, docket 25. And your ladyship will find that that starts on page 9141. Ms. Morale, you say in the paragraph relating to Mr. Snyder that he was also sick with a large abscess on the head. He continuously scratched the abscess. He was also in and out of hospital. When I received the patients from Life Esidimeni, I was not given the treatment for the infection. I was only provided with dressing gauzes. Do you see that?
La bona mo ba ngwadileng ka Jan Snyder gore o ba na le abscess mo tlhogong ya gagwe and gape le gore o ba tsena e tswa go dipetlele and ga le mo amogela a tswa go Life Esidimeni o na sa fiwa ditlhare tša o thuša ka infection empa fela o ba filwe di courses tsa gore di be mo sesong seo. Yes, I said that.
Yes. Mrs. Murali, would you please turn to page 9264?
Kupaleo page 9264. Yes, I have arrived.
Just a second for me. The page is 9624.
No, 9264, my lady.
9264.
64.
9264.
64.
Come again?
Yeah, 9264, my lady.
Yes, it's the correct page. Thank you.
It is A11 in the docket relating to Mr. Snyder. Do you have that page, Mrs. Morale?
If it will go paging equi, that is correct.
Mrs.
My
Morale,
case line is very slow. Just a second. Oh, okay, there it is. Thank you.
as your ladyship,
Continue.
please. Mrs. Morale, this document appears in a bundle in the docket relating to Mr. Snyder, which is headed Medical Records from Chepong Care Center.
Yale ntho e tswa e bonala go bundling e bolelang ka di medical records tse bolelang ka Jan Snyder tja go Tshepong Healthcare Center.
This particular document is the examination record at Life Esidimeni on 3 May 2016 by
Yale
Dr.
tokomane e bolela ka go ba ile ba lebella Jan Snyder go Life Esidimeni ka di 3 tja May 2016. Yes, I can see that.
And you will see that in the 7th line, there is a heading injuries. Do you see that?
Wa bona mo line 7 go na le mo ba bolelang ka go gobala ba le injuries la ibon. Yes, I can see that.
And then there are two subheadings, old and recent, and opposite old. The handwriting is difficult to read, but it says scars and then something leg and back. Do you see that?
Go na le mo ba ngwaleng ba le old and mo go ngotse scars and ga e bonagale botse ke mo ka ere leg and back la ibona. Yes, I'm seeing that even though I'm unable to, it's very illegible to me.
Yes, it's difficult to read, I agree. And then recent injuries, none.
And Barry, more bangwadileng recent kuri chama chacha ga gona sip a gona ba bangwe le re none e ra gore ga gona ntwe e ba ka ingwalang mo la kwishish. Yes, I can see that.
It means there were no recent injuries.
Gore a ona di gobalo chama chacha. Yes, I can see that.
Then if you go further down, there's a heading deformities and then complaints, stroke history, stroke medication, and then examination, positive relevant findings only. And the first one after that is skin. Do you see that?
Bare mo unali mo bangweleng deformities bare kamera mo bare complaints history and medication kamera mo bare medication and gon motla safa we bangwotse skin la ibona eo. Yes, I can see that.
And the entry reads
Yes.
on treat. Apologies, my lady.
Just bear with me. Just
As your ladyship pleases.
yes, let's continue. I don't know what's wrong. But
Yes, opposite. Can your ladyship follow the document?
Yes, I'm there, but I think I'm experiencing something here. But let's proceed. If I've got a problem, I'll have to exit the meeting and rejoin. Let's continue.
As your ladyship pleases. Mrs. Morale, opposite the heading skin, it reads on treatment, Helen Joseph. That is the Helen Joseph Hospital. Do you see that?
Yale mo bangweleng skin go na le mo fa we bangwadile gore on treatment Helen Joseph kuri o ke wa ko spetleleng sa o Helen Joseph la ibona taba eo. Yes, I can see that.
And then if you go to the bottom left corner of the document at the foot of the page,
Ha le ka ya go mafellong ya a tokomane e ka mafellong a pampiri e.
there's an entry on treatment, Helen Joseph, dermatology, eczema.
La bona mo go mafellong ba ngotse re on treatment Helen Joseph dermatology eczema. La bona eo. Yes, I can see that.
Which means that Mr. Snyder was receiving treatment at the Helen Joseph Hospital Dermatology Department for eczema, which is a skin condition.
Yale gore ntwe e ba bolelang ka yona mo gore o be a hwetša treatment ya go Helen Joseph go department ya bona ya dermatology ka bolwetši ba eczema ba leng bolwetši ba letlalo. Yes, I hear the explanation.
Yes, now if you would then turn to page 9273.
Yale ha le ka ya go page 9273. Yes, I've arrived.
And this still forms part of the medical records from Chepong Center.
Yale le santse ile mo di documenting ja medical records ja go Tsepong Center.
Mrs. Morale.
Yes, continue.
And the date, unfortunately, is not clear, but one can make out it's the 5th month and the year is 16, so May 2016. Do you see that?
Le ga isa bona ga le ga botse date mara wa gona bona gore e bolela ka kgwedi ya botlhano e ra gore May and le gape le 16 e bontshang gore ile le ngwaga wa 2016. La bona taba eo? Yes, I can see that.
And the entry
before you proceed, Mr. Van Bergen, I'm sorry to interject here. I hear you saying medical records from Tsepong. Are these not medical records which were?
My lady, I'm going to deal with what the document itself is in my next question.
I think she's lost signal.
Yes, it appears so.
Yes, we can proceed, Mr. van Bergen.
As your ladyship pleases. Mrs. Morale, this document, as I said, also forms part of the bundle A11, marked medical records from Chepong Care Centre, but you will see that it is a document on a Life Esidimeni letterhead. Do you note that?
La bona re tokomane gore e tsentšitšwe mo bundling ya di medical records tšao tšwa go Tshepong ma la bona re mo e ngwadilwe tlase ga emblem ya Life Esidimeni la e bona taba eo. This is the letter that was used to refer the patient when the patient was brought to us.
Yes, if you look at the entry, the heading, the written heading is physical assessment, and it reads Carry on, Mr.
Please continue.
Thank you. And it reads physical assessment done by Life Esidimeni staff and Chepong NGO.
Good mo physical assessments done by Life Esidimeni and Tshepisong NGO.
Done by Life Esidimeni staff and Tshepong NGO.
The court pleases. It very eerie physical assessment done by Life Esidimeni staff and Tshepong NGO. La e bona eo? Yes, I can see that.
And it then says no abnormalities detected, skin intact.
No abnormalities detected, skin intact. La e bona? Yes, I can see that.
Does the witness know? You are not interpreting, Mr. Interpreter. You are just reading what Mr. Van Bergen is reading to the witness.
Apologies, my lady.
So the witness has requested an interpreter. No abnormalities detected, skin intact. Can you please interpret?
Ga gona dilo a ona dikgobalo tše bonagalang mo letlalong letlalo le bonagala le sa gobala la e bona taba eo.
My lady, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Phihlela.
My lady, the issue with this document is we don't know who authored it. And it actually goes against the evidence that has already been presented by some of the people from Life Esidimeni, because it now suggests that there was some interaction between Tshepong and Life Esidimeni, which is contrary to the evidence that they were supplying. So I don't know what value we can attach to this. And this witness, the learned senior counsel has already placed it on record that she does not know anything about medical records or how to interpret them. So I don't understand why we are now taking her through this document. For what purpose? She's not going to be able to add any value to that or to the evidence.
Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. The document is what it is. Throughout these proceedings, there has been reference to documents produced by persons who have not testified. This is a document, as I have indicated, which forms part of the records from the Chepong Care Centre. So it forms part of Ms. Morale's own organization's records. And I am referring we can leave out the reference to Life Esidimeni staff. The fact is that Chepong NGO physically assessed this patient, presumably on the date of transfer, but definitely during May 2016. And the finding was there were no abnormalities and the skin was intact, i.e. it was unbroken, it did not have any sores or other problems on it. I submit that
it says physical assessment done by Life Esidimeni staff and Sepong NGO, both.
That is so, but even if Mr. Pihlela's argument or objection has validity, which I submit it does not, my lady, at least the Chepong NGO assessors recorded that there were no abnormalities detected and that the skin was intact.
Mm. I hear you, and I can understand where you're going in relation to the fact that, isn't it, the evidence from this witness is to the effect that they didn't know anything about the access that was on the patient and they didn't receive any medication.
Yes, my lady, her evidence.
Yes, that's how I understand where you're going. I don't know.
As your ladyship pleases.
Mr. Pihlela?
My lady, the issue is this. According to the evidence given by the Life Esidimeni staff, Buthelezi, Tanela Buthelezi, the managing director as well, is that there was no interaction. There's never been an interaction between an NGO and Life Esidimeni. The department were the middlemen, if so to speak. So they'll do the assessments with the department, and then the department will then hand over the patients to the NGO. So now we are doing an about 10, because now it supposes that there was somehow with this Mr. Snyder, there was a departure from that norm. And if that is the position, my lady, it needs to be clearly put that that proposition by the witnesses to say there was never an interaction between an NGO and Life Esidimeni staff. If we are changing that, and if that is the instructions, then let it appear that way, my lady.
Mr. Van Bergen?
Yes, my lady, this document does not say that there was a combined assessment. It just says that both of them assessed the patient. The evidence from Life Esidimeni that they did assess the patients at the time of handover to the Department of Health members. So there was an assessment by Life Esidimeni staff, and the evidence from the Department of Health members was that that was also followed with handover to the NGO staff. So there is nothing strange that there is a recordal that both Life Esidimeni and Chepong had assessed the patient physically. That's fully in line with the evidence. What my learned friend, Mr. Pihlela, wishes to read into it is that there was a combined assessment, and that is not what this document says.
Yes, Mr. Pihlela, I see there is another hand too. Sent, is that? Okay. Mr. Pihlela, do you want to say something? I'm going to close here.
Yes, and my lady, this is now where who authored this document? I mean, that is the elementary question we need to ask. Was it authored by Life Esidimeni?
Do we need to go there? Is it necessary
my lady,
for us? Do we need to?
If we are going to rely on the veracity of what is written on this document, we need to know who actually brought this document into being, because now it's raising even more questions, because there's no indication there of whether it was done by Tsepong, whether it was done by Life Esidimeni, whether it was done by the department. Now, if the Learned Council is going to put the proposition that an assessment was done, then that information needs to be clear, so that if we need to interrogate it further, we can. That would be my submission.
Is it really necessary? Because what the document says is that there was a physical assessment done by Life Esidimeni staff and also by the Sepong staff. So that's it. That's what the document says, and nothing further, nothing less.
The difficulty, my
I'm going
lady,
to
now
rule
is
on the issue. If you want to raise the issue, you can just do so in your re-examination or in your argument, closing
yes, your
argument.
ladyship pleases.
Yes, continue, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Mrs. Morale, you testified before this court that Mr. Snyder, on arrival or on handover, had an abscess on his head. You were told about it and you then went to see him.
Just keep it short because the interpreter are going to have a problem. Just keep it short.
As your
And
ladyship,
then even if you can pause and then continue.
Yele mona bare le file ka bopaki ba gore re Snyder ga etla mo lena o nana le abscess mo tlhogong and le boditswe ka yona la lo mmona. That is correct.
Mrs. Morale, I submit that you are wrong in your evidence and that both the Life Esidimeni document by Dr. Kota and the document on page 9273 shows that
Hi, Doctor.
the 9273, we don't know who the author is, my lady. That's the
No, the first one you were talking about which doctor?
Dr. Kota, my lady, at Life Esidimeni. That's the document on page 9264.
Yes, and this one which is on page
9273.
Yes.
Both of them show that there was no such abscess. Do you want to comment?
Yale ke bona o ka re le fositse ga le bolela mo pabeking ba lena ka lebaka la gore Dr. Go Life Esidimeni, Dr. Porter, le mo tokomaneng e re be le lebeletse gone judge ya bontsha gore re Snyder o na sena abscess. Le nya go renka seo.
Nna ke se re se bonego ka di 13 ge bo sister ba mpotsa ka di 13 tsa May ke tloga ke ya ke mmone ke se re se bonego.
That is what we saw on the 13th of May, as I was told by the sisters, and that is when I went to see him.
Yes. Mrs. Morale, the documentation, the contemporary documentation, contemporaneous documentation, my apologies, says otherwise.
Yale di mangwalo a dirilwe a ngwadilweng ka matšatši ao a bontsha gore se le se bolelelang a se sone.
Nna ke bolela ka se le gore ke se bone ga ke bolele ka se ba se ngwetse ke bolela ka se ke se boneng ka matla.
I'm only speaking about what I witnessed, not what they wrote. I want to give evidence about what I actually saw with my own eyes.
Yes, can we move on, Mr. Van Bergen?
As your ladyship pleases. Mrs. Morale, if we can then turn to Mr. Frans Dekker.
Koparo lebella reference Dekker.
Now, Mr. Dekker was also transferred in May 2016, is that correct?
Reference Dekker eliana u tlisitswe mo lena ka May 2016 go bjalo? That is correct.
And he passed away on 7 November 2016, is that correct?
U tlhokagetse ka di 7 November 2016 ke nnete? That is correct.
That's about 6 months after transfer.
Ka e ka ba nako ya dikgwedi tše 6 ka morago gore a fetišetšwe ko leng. I think so.
Yes. Mrs. Morale, if you would turn to page 551 of Exhibit FF1.
E kopa le ko page 551. Le fitlhile. I have arrived.
The third last bullet from the bottom refers to Franz Decker. Do you see that?
Bullet ya boraro go tloa ko tlase e bolela ka Franz Decker, la e bona? Yes, I can see it.
And it reads, Franz Decker was very sick and was unable to walk.
E re Franz Decker o ba a lwala ka kudu ebile a palelwa ke go sepela.
I can't explain his medical condition.
A ke kgone tlhalosa gore o ba tshwenya ke eng. Yes, I can see that.
The patient was having deep wounds and he was in and out of hospital.
Molwetse o bana le seso se tibileng and gape o ba tsena a etswa go dipetlele.
The family was notified about the patient's condition.
Ba lelapa la gae ba tsebisitswe ka maemo a molwetse ka seemo sa molwetse.
This is now, which paragraph is that? I think my case line is very slow, but I'm there now.
My lady, it's the third last bullet on page 551.
Page 551, just a second. Yes, I'm there. Can you continue?
Thank you, my lady. Mrs. Morale, in this paragraph, you refer to the patient having had deep wounds. You see that?
La bona mo le boletseng gore molwetse o na le diso tse tibileng, la e bona? Yes, I can see that.
And before that, you said you can't explain his medical condition.
And pele le fitla fo le boletse gore a le kgone go tseba ka seemo sa malwetse a gagwe. That is correct.
Now, if you would please turn to page 4786.
Sorry, you just repeat the page, 4786. Thank you.
Mrs. Morale, you will see that this is an affidavit by yourself. My lady,
mo la bona gore ke mo le ngwadileng affidavit.
My lady, I unfortunately did not correlate this with the exhibit numbers, so I'm unable at this stage to provide an exhibit number, but it is in the docket pertaining to Mr. Franz Decker.
Okay, it's fine, unless if anybody can assist. In any event, we've got the page number.
As your lady.
Yes. Come again?
FF5.
FF5.
I'm indebted in a session.
Just a second. I'll get it quickly here. This is 4786. It's FF5. Thank you, Mr. Hasim. That is correct.
I want to refer you, Mrs. Morale, to the next page, 4787, and more specifically, paragraph 3.
You go page 4787, more paragraph 3.
Do you have it?
4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. 4787. Le fihlile mo yona?
Eh.
That is correct.
And it reads as follows. Frans Dekker was among these patients who came from Life Esidimeni.
Ere Frans Dekker o be le o mongwe wa dibalwetse ba tlileng more ba etswa ko Life Esidimeni.
I don't recall whether Frans Dekker was having an ID book.
A ke gopole ge Frans Dekker gore Frans Dekker o ba na le ID book ya gagwe.
Frans Dekker was not seem well because he was having some dots marks all over the body and he was weak.
Frans Dekker o ba sa bontšhe a le gabotse ka lebaka la gore o ba na le mabalanyana a na le mo gotlhe mo meleng wa gagwe. Gape o ka re una.
Yes.
Gape o ba sena matla.
Do you see that,
Mr. Van Berg?
Morale?
Okay, well.
Yes, I can see it.
Now, dots marks. What are those?
Yale mo le ngwadileng dot marks kapa mabala a le be le bolela ka eng?
Ne ke bolela ka dikao, because ke sa tsebe gore na ke di tlhalose bjang ka sekgowa.
Well, I was talking about abscesses. I don't know how to explain them in English.
Well, Mrs. Morale, I submit that that's a convenient explanation for you. You were able to explain on page 551 that there were deep wounds. Why then not say the same on this page, 4787?
Go page 551 le boletse gore o nana le masoba a tibileng ke ka baka la ene le sa e bolela ka mogo mo paging e.
Mo mmeleng wa gagwe go be go na le dikao di sa bulega.
On his body there were these abscesses. They were not.
It's a he. Yes. Continue.
On his body there were these abscesses, but they were not open.
Mrs.
The one that was open was the one on his buttocks.
Mrs. Morale, how do you reconcile abscesses that were not open with the patient was having deep wounds?
Le gona bjang gore le bolelle ka gore o nana le dikaku tse di sa bulegang gape le gore le ntho engwe le boletseng gore o nana le diso tse tibileng di kopana bjang ditaba tse?
Well, I do if I may before the witness can answer.
Wounds. Just a second. Just a second. Yes. Did I hear Mr. Pitchell?
That is correct, my lady.
Yes, but even then, before you proceed, I think there is a problem with the interpretation again here. I don't know whether it's what you want to deal with. Okay, continue.
Yeah, the other issue is we have already established, my lady, that this witness is not medically trained. Now, she has indicated, she has given an explanation of the disparities, but now it seems like we are taking her there to, I don't see where this is going. I don't see the relevance of it. She gave her own observations, what she saw and what she understood as a person who has not been medically trained. It does not take the issue any further to badger her on that aspect.
Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, this witness saw fit to refer to deep wounds in Exhibit 551. She saw fit further in her evidence in chief to refer to abscesses. she referred to dots, marks in Exhibit FF5,
Yes,
and I
I've
submit
noted you, Ms. Merritt.
I submit it is appropriate that the discrepancies be addressed. The alternative is for her to say, I can't really comment, I don't know what I saw. That's an easy thing for her to say.
Miss Merritt?
It's me.
Oh.
my
yes, you have been
with,
quiet, that is why.
Yeah, I've given Mr. Van Bergen a lot of leeway before interrupting him again, or for the first time. My question is, where is he going with this? Mr. Decker didn't die, according to the case docket, as a result of the open wounds or the marks or whatever they are. I know Mr. Van Bergen wants to cross-examine every little piece of evidence of this witness, but please, I would like Mr. Van Bergen to stay with relevance, because whatever the witness had seen on the deceased when he arrived there has no bearing on his cause of death. And I agree with Mr. Pichlela that she is not a medical expert. She didn't know what she saw. It could have been smallpox or whatever. We don't know. We don't have pictures or anything. Whatever her description thereof is, will take this court nowhere further. That's the court pleases.
Thank you. Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. If one has regard to the the report on the medico-legal post-mortem examination conducted by Dr. Makgoba on page 4738, he formulated the cause of death as septic decubitus ulcers complicated by sepsis. In other words, septic bed sores complicated by sepsis. So I submit it is directly relevant to address what this witness alleges she saw.
My lady?
Yes, just a second. I'm just there. Just a second. Yes, Mr.
My lady, the deceased died 6 months. The deceased died 6 months after his arrival at Tshepong. There is no evidence we don't have any evidence of what he had when he arrived at the hospital. We have the evidence of the doctor is on record. What relevance is the perception of this lay person of what she had seen to the post-mortem findings by an expert? I can't see where this is going to take Mr. Van Bergen or his client, Life Esidimeni. When the deceased obtained those injuries is unknown, and it's not going, and this witness is not going to be able to assist us in that. That's the purpose, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. This witness's evidence is that this patient had abscesses on his body and deep wounds on his buttocks.
Yes.
I cannot leave
I've noted you, Ms. Asim.
I cannot just leave that, my lady, and ignore the possibility of subsequent argument that this patient had been discharged from Life Esidimeni in that condition, which is actually what this witness is saying was the case, and that they ultimately progressed to the point where they caused the patient's death.
Okay, can I hear Ms. Asim? Oh, okay, finish your point.
I am entitled to indicate that on the evidence, there were no such deep wounds or abscesses.
Are you done?
I'm done. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Asim, I saw your hand was up.
Thank you, my lady. It's just to respond to the issue of relevance to cause of death. My learned friend, Mr. van Bergen, referred to the medical legal report. Attached to the medical legal report was an opinion by Dr. Makoba, in which he said that there was prima facie, in his view, prima facie evidence of negligence that led to the bed sores. The bed sores, in fact, were very serious. They were stage 4 bed sores. There's a specific term for it. In addition, there were 2 other experts, Professor Pinar, who spoke about the conditions at the NGO that likely led to the bed sores becoming that serious, and Dr. Talatala the same. So I do think that it is relevant.
Thank you for this.
Yes, I've finished.
Thanks. So first of all, Dr. Wadvala says that they were preparing 70 mental health care users to be transferred to Tsepong, but that's not correct because you received more, isn't that so?
Dr. Wadvala urle litlo amogela balwetši ba lwatlang ka tlhogo ba 70 empa fela a se nnete ka gore lehwedi ba le amogetše ba fetang palo e ngwetsweng. That's correct.
That is on the 12th of May. And then in paragraph 26, Dr. Wadvala says that on very short notice, the day before, that's 11 May, at 4 o'clock, the manageress from Tsepong called and advised that she could no longer have the intellectually disabled male mental health care users. Can you confirm whether you called, can you confirm whether that was you who made that call?
Good. Gamoho Babanchanga gone ka potla go ya ka 11 May 2026. Manageress wa go Tsepong o ile aba founela aba botsa gore a ka se kgone go tswela pele ka go tšea balwetši ba na leng ditlhoko ke ra ba leng ka sekgwa disabled. Ke nyako tsebo re ke wena o ileng wa ba ama ka telephone.
No, it
is not me. I was informed on the 11th that on the 12th we're going to receive patients.
So you never made a call to say that you don't want to receive certain kinds of patients and that you want other types of patients?
So I know wa phonela wa o ka se kgone go tšea mofuta o mongwe o etseng wa di-patient o nyaka go tšea mofuta o etseng wa di-patient wa balwetši.
Communication and the staff is a life estimate over any doctor life estimate.
I never had any communication or with the staff or the doctors of Life Esidimeni.
And as I understand your testimony from earlier today, the type of patients that you were expecting were patients who were fairly independent. Do I have that?
Gore wena o be o ikemišeditše gore o tla amogela balwetši ba kgonang go itirela. Yes, because that is how I was told.
Just before we proceed, Ms. Asim, on this aspect, I think, does the witness understand that Dr. Wadvala is not from Life Esidimeni? And it doesn't appear that this communication, whatever is being said here, was an interaction between Tsepong and Life Esidimeni. It looks like this was between the Gauteng Department of Health employees and the NGO, because her response is that she never had any communication with the staff of Life Esidimeni.
That's correct, my lady. My next question is about the Gauteng officials, but I see Mr. Van has.
Then that's fine. Okay, that will address that. Okay. Continue.
My lady, my apologies. If I may perhaps just interject. Dr. Wadvala did hold a post at Life Esidimeni, but she was also an appointee on the Mental Health Review Board, which was an appointment in the Department of Health. And
yes.
her appointment to examine patients and prepare them for the
transfer.
The Madison project was a direct appointment by Dr. Manamela. So your ladyship is correct in that regard.
That is why I raise it now. All right, that's fine.
As your ladyship pleases.
Continue, Ms. Hassim.
Ms. Morale, did you communicate with anybody from the Gauteng Department of Health?
Lilela bulela le mongwe ko departmenting ya health ya go Gauteng.
Hey, maybe communicate the Department of Health.
Yes, I was communicating with people from the Department of Health.
And who were they?
Ibeli Bomang.
What one communicate with Dr. Manamela, Lehana Jacobose, Le Rochelle.
Dr. Manamela Omatoma. The first one was Dr. Manamela. The second one?
Anna Jacobs.
Do beg your pardon?
And Rochelle Gordon. Is that what you said to Mrs. Witness?
Dr. Rochelle there
is no Dr. Rochelle. She has mentioned the names. It's fine. We're familiar with the names. Dr. Manamela, Hannah Jacobs, and Rochelle Gordon.
Thank you. What did you discuss with Dr. Manamela?
Dr. Manamela.
Nersa discuss the botsa gore tshwantse go diragale eng re receive balwetse le gore na ba expect eng mo go rona re na re expect eng mo go bona.
No, we did not discuss anything. He just told us what to do when we received the patients, and it also told us what they expected from us and what we expected from them.
Let me just understand you correctly. Was this discussion, were you told this at a meeting?
Yes,
a lot of things were discussed when we were in a meeting.
Yes, but I'm talking about this specific 11 May. Was that at a meeting?
So we are like bulela ka di 11 tša May hore le be le meeting.
I got 11 some May receive a call for
At
11 some May ke receive a call ya gore ka di 12 balwetse ba tla ba le ready re tle re tlo batse.
No, on the 11th of May, we received a call to say that on the 12th, the patients would be ready. We can come and fetch them.
And you received a call from who?
The Pretoria College of Women.
Ga ke sa gopola pila gore ke ipoditse ga Rochelle goba ke ipoditse ga Dr. Akisaitse ga go ipoditse ga Mampi.
I'm no longer sure whether I received it from Rochelle or whether I did not, whether I received it from the doctor. I cannot recall.
By the doctor, do you mean Dr. Manamela?
How regard Dr. Dr. Manamela? That is correct.
And you say you also spoke to Hannah Jacobus on this day?
Hannah Jacobus ka tšatši le.
I ke itse ke boletse le ma ke ne ke receive a call. So I ke itse ke receive le go mang exactly. I ke sa gopola pele.
I do not remember exactly who I received the call from, so I wouldn't be able to say who I spoke to.
Okay. I'm going to leave that there. I just want to know, when you spoke to either, you say Dr. Manamela or Ms. Gordon, did you explain to them the type of patients that you were expecting?
So again, ngasiri buletshile mang well ikaba lo ru buletshile Dr. Manamela kapa ne Gordon mar le buletshi ka mofuta wa di balwetši ba letla le nyakang go ba amogela.
Ka nako eo ne go sa sala ka bolela ka balwetse because balwetse re boletse ka bona ka dinako tse re tshwara di-meeting ka di go ne ba tseba re tshwanetse re khotse balwetse ba mofuta mang mo ne ba re botsa fela gore lo go tla ne tlo tseya balwetse.
No, at that meeting, we're not talking about the patients because we had been discussed the patients in the previous meetings. On this meeting, they were just informing us that we're going to receive the patients.
So in other words, on 11 May, you didn't say to anybody that you could not have intellectually disabled male mental health care users. Is that what you're saying?
So, go regard 11 May, hala bulala motho gore le ka se kgone go amogela balwetši ba leng disabled ka go tshepisong ke se le nyakang go bolela sona.
Ka di 11 ga ra bolela ka balwetse re no bolela fela ka gore ba re tle tlo tseya balwetse.
No, on the 11th, we didn't talk about patients. We just discussed that we must come and fetch the patients.
Okay, and on did you on any other date advise the Gauteng Department of Health officials that you could not have intellectually disabled male mental health care users?
Pila ga letšatši leo le ile la bolela le ba department gore le ka se kgone go amogela balwetši ba mohuta o ba disabled ba banna.
Ke gopola gore re boletse ka ga yona ke gore re boletse ka balwetse and then ke tshwanetse ke hwetse banna le basadi. So ke mo tsatseng ga botse.
Well, what you talked about, we talked that we were going to receive patients and that I was supposed to receive both males and females. Chelampile, Bilsanjini Aujalapin.
Ne ke nyaka gore no aksa go la gape la gore na re nyaka ba basadi ba ba kae banna ba ba kae.
I just don't remember how many females and how many males we wanted to receive.
And did you ever say that there was an age limit of the patient that you could that you would receive?
Nkilela bolela ka gore le nyaka go amogela ba mengwaga e mekae?
Rena ne re amogela di adult le di geriatric di elders ne re sa be ka mengwaga.
No, we were just admitting adults and geriatrics. We didn't discuss the years.
Okay, thank you. And on 12 May then, 2016, you received 161 mental health care users, correct?
12 May 2016. What is the number again, please?
161.
Li amogetse balwetši ba 161. Ke nnete? That is correct.
And that was made up of mental health care users from Waverley and from Rand West. Is that right?
Gore ba ibele ba letše ba tswang ko Waverley le ko Rand West. Go bjang? That is correct.
And you went to Waverley to collect the mental health care users. Is that right?
Gore lile lena la ya ko Waverley go ile amogela balwetši ba lwanelang ka tlhogo. Go bjang? That is correct.
At what time did you arrive at Waverley?
Di fitile ka nako mang ko Waverly?
7:30.
What
At
time?
7:30.
Thanks. And
Di
what time?
tlogile nako mang?
Be go le around 7 to 8.
It was around 7:30 to 8.
Is that in the morning or at night?
Inele hoseng apa inele 7:30 ya bosigo?
Ya go se
It's in the morning.
So you say you arrived at 7:30 in the morning, and you
So-
left.
Le fitile ka 7:30 ya hoseng le la tloga nako mang?
balwetse ba tlogile ka 5. Rena re tlogile ka 8.
Le re balwetse ba thomme ka 5.
Ba
Lena la
tlogile
tloga
ka
ka
5.
ba tlogile ka 5.
5.
Okay. The patients left at 5, we left at 8.
And amongst these patients from Waverley, we know was Franz Decker. Was he in a wheelchair?
Ra tsebo re e mongwe wa balwetse ba e be le Franz Decker. O ba sepela ka wheelchair. That is correct.
And earlier in your evidence in chief and today, you testified that that you were concerned that the type of patients you were receiving were not suitable for your NGO. Was Franz Decker one of those?
Le boletse gore ba bangwe ba balwetse ba ne ba sa lokela go ya ba tšewa ke NGO ya lena. Franz Decker e be ile mongwe wa bona. That is correct.
Thank you. You've also said that you didn't observe, directly observe all of the patients that were at Zapong. Can you confirm that?
Gape le boletse gore ga la ba bona ka matlho ba bangwe ba balwetse ba tlileng go tshepong. Go bjalo? That is correct.
You also said, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you were very busy trying to get funds and cleaning materials and food and petrol because you had not been paid by the department. Isn't that so?
Gape le boletse gore le be le leka go fetša ditšhelete di dilo tša go kolomaka gape le dijo le petrol le be le nyaka tšhelete ya go fetša dilo tšeo ka lebaka la go le ne le sa fiwa sepe ga go bjalo? That is correct.
So at the time when you received the patients in May 2016, did you have any funding at all?
So ka May 2016 ga le tla amogela balwetse le be le filwe ditšhelete? No, we had not been given any money yet.
Thank you. I'm now just going to ask you a few questions on Mr. Franz Decker.
Le ke nyako le botšiša dipotšišo tše mmalwanyana ka Franz Decker.
Mr. Van Bergen has already taken you extensively through the records regarding bed sores. So I'm not going to go through the records, but I'd like you to listen to my questions.
Ba le boditše ka ba ile ba le botšiša potšišo tše dintši ka di-bed sores. Nka se botšiše tšeo mara go na le potšišo tše ke nyakang gore botšiša tsona ke kopa le theeletše.
Do you, if you don't know the answer, you can say you don't know. But would you agree that bed sores develop when a patient is left unattended in one position for too long?
Kore la tsiba le kana la ke nnete kapa ha se nnete gore motho o hwetša di-bed sores ga ba mo lesitše a robetše ka site e tee mpetong ka nako e telele a sa tlhokomeliwe.
Ke a tseba.
I know.
So it's quite important that there's sufficient staff to care for patients who are in wheelchairs and bedridden. Would you agree?
Gape go setse go be le staff se se enough batho babereki ba lekanetseng gore ba ka thusa ba robetseng go mepetong le ba sepelang ka di-wheelchair. La dumelana le seo? Yes.
And in your supplementary affidavit, you testify that you had 69 staff, correct?
Mo affidavit ya o tlaleletša le boletse gore ne di na le batho ba 69 ba ne ba le berekela. Ke nnete? That is correct.
And did they work shifts?
Jale batho ba ne ba šoma di-shifti? That is correct.
So all the staff were not there all the time.
Gore a se gore batho ba ka moka bona ne ba kgona gore ba be gona nako eo yotlhe.
Ka ba bereka di-shift ga gona gore ba ka ba bone gona ka nako e one.
Since they were working shifts, it is not possible for them to be there at the same time.
Yes. Can I ask you to turn to page 20382? Sorry, 20379.
Ke kopa le go page 20379. Yes, I've arrived.
And you see that this is dated 8 December 2015.
Wa bona re mo e ngwetse ke 8 December 2015. Yes, I can see that.
It's an audit report by the Department of Health.
The audit report ya Department ya tša maphelo. I can see that.
Okay. And on page 20382.
Up on page 20382.
There's a form called Facility for Severely, Profoundly, Intellectually Disabled Clients Scheduled Inspection. You see that?
La bona mo go na le form e bontšhang go ge ba tla ba tlo lebelela gore balwetse ba leng intellectually disabled kana ba palelwang go inaganela ba gore form e ba e šomiša gore ba tlo lebelela gore ba swerwe bjang. La bona? Yes, I can see it.
And if you look towards the bottom of the page, it says date of inspection is 8 December 2015.
Mafelong wa bona re inspection tšatši la inspection e be le la di 8 tša December 2015. I want to dispute that date.
Yes.
Because that is not staff assessment.
Libelele ing?
Ke mo ke bule ka di 8 December ke mo ke buletseng le Mr. Thoban, Franz Thoban.
No, on the 8th December, that is when we spoke to Mr. Franz Thoban.
So do you know on what date this inspection took place?
So what's about inspection
Inspection what about the dira between January Le March, ke nako tse le ba tsena ba tswa mara nka se bolele hore ke date e feng.
Well, the inspections were done between January and March. That is when they came in and out, but I wouldn't be able to say on which date, exactly which date it was.
That's fine. Do you recognize this document at all?
My document is
The document I can see.
Yes, I know this document.
There's quite a bit of handwriting. If you scroll through the document, you'll see that it's filled in manuscript.
Gale lebella le tla bona gore go na le mo gontši mo ba ngwadileng ka letsogo. Yes, I can see that.
Are there any parts of this form that you filled out?
Go na le mo formong e mo lileng la tlatša.
Ga ke sa gopola pila gore
I do not remember. No, I do not. I cannot recall whether I did fill this form or not. I cannot remember it.
Can I ask you to go to page 20385?
Ke kopa le ye go page 20385. Yes, I am there.
Under the heading personnel, right at the bottom, there's handwriting.
Ka tlasa setlhogo sa personnel ko mafelong go na le mo go ngotsweng. Yes, I can see that.
If I can just read it out to you. It says, we need 1 nursing manager for overall administration, 6 professional nurses for running the ward, and 5 enrolled nurses, 5 male auxiliary male nurses, and 6 females, 10 care workers, males and females.
Ke mo ba ngwarileng gore re tlhoka nurse ya nursing manager gore e lebelle go tsamaiso ya tulo eo gape le di professional nurses J6 ya tša go tsamaiša di ward gape le di enrolled nurses J5 ba batlhano e be ba banna the auxiliary male nurses and the 6 ibe tša basadi le di care workers tša banna le tša basadi ba 10.
Ya e bona mara ga ke gopole gore go ka ba le gore ne tlatsa ke mang.
I can see it, but I can't remember who filled it in.
But was it somebody from your center?
E ne se e mongwe wa bereka ko centering ya lena?
I
cannot recall.
I cannot recall. Ba re botsa re dutse fase ra tshwara meeting that's why ba feditse ba nyaka go tseba gore na staff sa lena se tsamaya bjang ra ba romela gore se tsamaya bjang.
Well, I don't remember, but we had a meeting, and when we were sitting down, they asked us how our staff complement is, and then we sent it to them.
Who's them? Who's they?
Rometse re sisietse ga ke gopola gantle re sisietse Thobane le Dr. Manamela ga ke sa gopola rena go na le ba bangwe mare ke gopola ka re Thobane le Dr. Manamela ke bone ba re ke le ra ba sisiela gobane ne ba nyaka go tseba gore na staff sa rena se eme bjang.
Well, the people that we copied were Dr. Tobane, Mr. Tobane and Dr. Manamela. I don't remember if there were any others, but these Dr. Tobela, Mr. Tobane and Dr. Manamela are the people who we send the information to tell them what our staff complement was.
So this information that we just we're looking at now, that you need one nursing manager for overall administration, etc., etc. This is information you provided to Dr. Manamela and Mr. Tabani.
So, Jerry, one long more for the nurse manager, really, babang, babang. Could you lodge Lady Buticheng, Mr. Tobani, Dr. Manamel?
That's why I get more hackets over. No,
this is not how we wrote them. That's why I'm saying I do not know who it was that filled that form.
So this does not look familiar to you, in other words,
so,
this form.
What's about say Hali it's before more E. Hasi form A ring lights.
Form A Kiba, Harakam Tadis or Tata. I can't open the Tata.
I know this form. I know this form, but I do not remember filling it in.
But was this form presented to you?
Yeah, at least a form of A Molin.
A more the guideline very once it's a or rely on lead guidelines.
No, in the guidelines, we were shown this form which was issued with the guidelines.
So you saw a blank form.
So Lilela Bona form is at
no blank form.
Yes, it was a blank form.
Thanks. So you don't know who filled out this form?
Yeah, let's say we're going form.
I
don't remember who it was that filled that form.
And you didn't provide, you or anyone at Sipong didn't provide this information to the Department of Health?
So really, I want to go Sipong Island of Fanaga information ego Department of Health.
Because only the guidelines that you say
I don't remember us taking this form to the department. I just know that it came with the guidelines of what should happen, but I don't remember filling this form and taking it to them.
Okay, I'm not asking whether you took it to them. I just want to know whether this information was provided by you.
No, I go di tsamaisitse la di sha go bona mara ke nya go tsebore ntwe tse di ngwadilweng mo ba boditse ke lena.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure.
Just a sec, Mr. Pichela.
Thank you, my lady. Apologies for having to interject. I think, my lady, the witness has answered that question several times. She doesn't remember. So if she doesn't remember the form, I don't see how she will know whether the information on the form where it came from, because it's not from her own mouth. So I don't know.
The witness has already answered in any event, but the court will take that into consideration. Continue, Mr. Misasi.
May it please the court. Just one final question on this form, Ms. Morale, and that's at page 20391.
Page?
Page 320391.
20391. 20391. Are you there?
Page 20391. That is correct.
If you can see in typeface, it says about a third down the page, it says pressure sores. And then in handwriting, it says bedridden clients to be changed position frequently. Sheepskin and other equipment for preventing bed sores must be available. changing of positions must be recorded on the position chart. Do you see that?
La bona mo ho ngwetseng la bona ta mo ngwetseng hore balwetse ba reng mo dibeteng ba robetšeng ba swantse ba fetoliwe ka mokgwa ba robetšeng ka gona nako tše dintšhi gape ba swantse ba šomiše dilo tša go swana le bo di-sheepskin gore di kgone go šitiša gore ba ske ba hwetša diso gape le swantse ba change di-position and go swantse go be le mo go ngwalwang gore o change-tšwe bjang mo position chart. La bona mo? Yes, I can see that.
I know you've said that you don't know where this information came from, but can you confirm whether Sapong had sheepskin and other equipment for preventing bed sores?
So I guess gore le tse gore ke mang a tladitšeng form e impa fela ke a nyaka tse gore ko Tshepong le be le na le tsona di-sheepskin le equipment e nngwe e be tshwantse e šomišiwe gore e kgone go ganetšana le gore balwetse ba be le di-bed sores. Yes, we had that equipment.
Thank you. And then if I'll move on to a few months later, 14 July 2016, there was another...
14 July 2016.
There was another audit conducted, and that is at page 20375.
More page 20375. E bontsha gore ba tlile gape go tlo lebelela gore go sepela bjang.
Just a second, that page again, Ms. Hassim.
20375, my lady.
Yes. Continue.
14 July 2016. And if we scroll down to page, I just want to go to one aspect, and that's page 20377. And you'll see the human resource management. It says the center has a center manager, 1 professional nurse, 2 enrolled nurses, 1 auxiliary nurse, and 8 caregivers. Do you have any comment on that? That's much fewer than...
More number 5, human resource management. Very, like in a center manager, in a professional nurse, in the enrolled nurses, Chepedi, the auxiliary nurse, the caregivers, 80. La bona mo, le renga yon.
Ya go bona dira re tsatsi le batlileng ka lona ka gore ne re se sa hwetša se se hwetše stipends ni ba bangwe dira re ne ba lofi ge ba itla ba tlo check ba visit.
Bolelang gape a ka le kwa botse?
Ke re ke a go bona dira re ka letsatsi le ne ba itla ba tlo auditor. Ka ke le gore ne re sena tšhelete. That's why ke re staff se se ngata ne o hwetša le gore ga ba tle mosebetsing ba na le go lofa ke di-challenges tse ne re na le tsona. Dira re ka letsatsi lona leo ke makgweditse le gore go na le shortage of staff.
Well, yes, but on the day that they came, that is when we had a shortage of funds, and then because of that, some of the staff had not come to work.
So this was because of lack of payment from the Department of Health.
Kore ntwe e dirile go gore batho ba department ya health ba sa le patele.
Ke di-challenges tse re setse re lebane le tsona ka nako eno.
Yes, these are the challenges that we're facing at that time.
In fact, you said that it took about 3 to 4 months before the department paid you. Is that right?
ole hape itjere dikgwedi tše nne tše tharo ho fitlhelela tše nne department e sa le patele.
4 months ka moka ba sa re patele.
Well, 4 entire months they did not pay us.
And you also testified a moment ago that you had no funds when you started. You had no funds of your own, correct?
Le ga le thoma ne le sena ditšhelete tša lena.
Ditšhelete tsa rona ne re na le tsona mara e se tsa gore re tlo kgona go sponsora balwetse ka mokgwa o. Ne re na le tsona tse di na le tsona. That's why re feditse re berekisa di-savings tse ke ne ke na le tsona.
Well, we did have some money, but then it was not going to be able to cover all the patients in that way. But then there was some money, and that is why I eventually used some of my savings.
Is that the money you used to buy sheepskin and other equipment to care for patients who were bedridden?
So ke yona tšhelete le šomišitšeng gore e le reka di-sheepskin le dilo tše ding tše tlhokegang go thuša balwetse ba nang le di-bed sores. That is correct.
And this equipment was used by the staff?
Gore di-equipment tše di le tša šomišwa ke staff sa lena. That is correct.
Did you monitor the care of the patients by your staff?
Lilela lebelela gore ba staff sa lena se berekisa bjang di-equipment tše?
Equipment gore ba di berekisa bjang ne ke sa ke check-a gobane ke utlwa ba tla ba mpha di-report tsa gore re nyaka eng go tlhokega eng go le mmereko wa ka gore ke kgone go make sure gore tse ba di nyakang di bang.
Well, I did not check on how they use the equipment because I was busy taking reports on what was outstanding. It was my job to make sure that the things that they wanted could be acquired.
So you can't say.
You
can't say whether your staff used that equipment.
So le ka se kgone go bolela gore staff sa lena sebe ka nnete sebe se šomiša di-equipment tše.
Ke na le show ya gore ne ba di berekisa because ge bane ba sa di berekiseng ka ba sa mpotse gore di fedile di tla fela.
Well, I'm sure that they used them because if they had not been using them, they wouldn't come and make requisitions saying that they were about to get finished.
Make requisitions for what?
But ne batlo ba batla eng?
Ke ba kgona gore ba mpotse gore go nyakega dilo tse o di rekileng go nyakega eng le eng and then di setse di le gaufi le go fela go shota eng le eng le eng so ba mpotsa go sa le nna.
Well, they used to tell me what would be about to be finished, and they would tell me when there was still time to say this is and that is needed.
So I'm asking specifically about the equipment for bed sores. Are you talking about that, or are you talking about something else?
And equipment the bed sores. Le bolela ka tsona ka pele bolela ka dilo tše ding.
Ke bolela ka tsona gobane ke tse di gore ne tshwanetse di dule di le teng.
I'm talking about them because they are the ones that had to be always there.
What had to be always there?
King se ne se tshwanetse gore se dule se le gona.
Nka se di mention ka mabitso because ka nako e o bolela ba go botsa list ya bona gore go nyakega eng go tlhokomela balwetse ba ba so gore nka bolela ke re ke eli ga ke kgone gore nka bolela ka dimension ka mabitso.
I won't be able to list all of these things that were wanted because they would just tell me that this is and that is needed. So I won't be able to give you a list of what was needed.
Can you tell us what equipment there was for bed sores?
So le ga kgona gore botša gore equipment e be le gona go e šomiša go thuša balwetse ba nang le di-bed sores e be le eng?
Nka se comment ka eng gore ke eng le eng le eng because bona dinese ke bona ba tsebang gore go nyakega eng.
I wouldn't be able to comment about that and say this and that because it was the nurses that knew what was wanted, what was needed.
Thank you. So we've also heard you testify that because of the shortage of funds, you were not able to pay your staff. Is that correct?
Le boletše gore ka lebaka la go tlhokega ka ditšhelete le be le palelwa go patela di-staff sa lena. Ke nnete? That is correct.
And you spoke specifically of staff not reporting for work on 1st September 2016. Do you recall that?
Wa gopola go bolela gore balwetse ka di 1st September 2018 ga ba tla mmerekong ka lebaka la go tlhokega ga ditšhelete.
Half your staff.
Yes, half of the staff.
Did that include the 2 professional nurses?
Era gape the professional nurses tše pedi.
Go be go na le o mongwe nurse teng.
Yes, there was only one. The other one was not in.
So there were fewer staff to attend to the patients, correct?
Ba fokotšegile ba staff se ne se fokotšegile staff se ne se ka thuša balwetse.
Ka letsatsi leo ba fokotsegile.
Yes, on that day the staff had been reduced.
Yes, so there were fewer staff to care for the patients, including Franz Decker.
Ba fokotšegile batho ba ne ba ka thuša balwetse go kopanya mo reference Decker.
Ba fokotsegile batho ba feditse ba romela balwetse ka re rile ra phone. Ka 10 o'clock ne re setse re na le staff se seng se se tswang Silverscopies.
Well, yes, they were reduced. The staff was reduced, but then we ended up getting supplemental staff that came from Vescopies.
When did you get supplementary staff?
Le ba hweditše neng bao ba staff se ileng šatla se tlo le thuša?
Same day.
On the same day.
And how many?
In a row, okay.
About 10.
I don't remember correctly, but it was more than 10.
And for how long did they work at Tsepong?
So ba ile ba bereka nako e kana kang go Tshepong.
Ba berekile about 3 to 4 days because ka di 3 ke re thoma re tšea tšhelete.
They worked 3 to 4 days because on the 3rd we started getting money.
Okay. So, and page 978, can you go to page 978, please?
Baleko page 978.
Page 978.
978.
Are you there?
That is correct.
In the middle of the page, you'll see 3 bullet points. Actually, first, sorry, before we go to the bullet points, can you see that the date is 5 October 2016?
Research area go tlase kwa go dating la bona re date iri di 5 tša October 2016. Yes, I can see that.
And it's signed by Ms. Nontleba Senelo.
Is signed by Miss Nontleba Senelo. That is correct.
So the third bullet point.
Mo magareng a tokomane go na le mo go na le di bullet point tše tharo a re bolelle ka ya boraro.
It says non-payment of staff, a challenge. This leads to absenteeism. Facility was, and then it's the blank, and users not clean, as there were only 4 workers on duty on the second visit. Only 1 care worker per block, and are expected to also do cleaning duties. Advised to hire people for cleaning, 1 for each block. So
babereki ga ba patelwa ke tlhotlo e dirang gore babereki ba palelwe go tla mmerekong gape gore mo ire facility ile ya re mara ga o ngwala gore go ile ya e dirang and ba re balwetse gape ga ba cleaniwa and gape le gore ne go na le babereki ba ba ne fela ba le mmerekong ka ge ba tlo tšhakala bobedi and in le care worker e tee ka block and mo ne ba swantse go dia mmereko wa go cleana gape ba re ba le ba nyaka gore le ke gore le gare motho o tee gore a cleane block e tee.
So what is your comment on Senelo?
Please
don't talk when the interpreter and counsel is talking. Avoid the dialogue, please.
Ke kopa o leke gore o ska bolela ge ba bangwe ba ntse ba bolela toloka bolela le lawyer e bolela.
Yes, what is the response?
Apologies, my lady. Se le nyako reng?
Ke ganana le eo ba ingwetseng because
I am ready disputing what is written. La re ka nako eo
ngwana re setse re thomile go kgwetša tšhelete ka morago gona ra tlhola re sa ba le di-challenges tse ngata tsa gore babereki ba losa.
No, well, at that time we had started receiving money, and then from there we never had challenges of absent workers.
So you're saying what Mr. Nello has noted here is incorrect?
So le ra gore ntho e ngwaleng ke Miss Senelo mo ga se nnete. Yes, I'm disputing that.
And did the care workers ever have to perform cleaning duties as well?
So the care worker in the disantry did a miracle wa go kolomaka gape.
Ga go kgonagale gore care worker ka kgona go dira mmereko wa go clean gobane ke na le general workers.
Well, it is not possible for the care workers to do cleaning work because I also have general workers.
So you dispute that as well?
So le ganetjana le yona eo. That is correct.
And Mr. Decker was transferred, he was taken to Kalafong on 18 October 2016, is that right?
Decker wila tlushwa bamisha go Kalafong ka di 18 ja October 2016 ke nnete? I accept that.
And we know that he died on 7 November 2016 from severe pressure sores.
So la tsebore o le a tlhokagala ka di 7 November 2016 a bolaya ke diso tša go robala ko mpetong.
Go nna nka se ke ka re ke diso tsa go robala mo mpetong gobane nna o ne go ke bone go le dikako.
Well, I wouldn't say it was pressure sores out because what I saw is that it was abscesses.
That's fine. Ms. Morale, at the end of this inquest, we'll argue that the lack of resources at Sepong and the high absenteeism of staff and the incapacity of the NGO had a negative impact.
Yeah, just it's too long. If you can just break it, and after that, before the witness answers, I think Mr. Sibara wants to say something. Just split it. Continue.
Ms. Morale will argue that the lack of resources
Tla bolela gore tlhoko ya dishomisho.
Yes.
The high absenteeism.
Hape le gore gantši batho ne ba sa tle mmerekong.
Yes.
Had a negative impact.
You spoke about three things. I don't know whether the other one what you referred to incapacity. I can't remember.
That's right, my lady. That the lack of capacity of the NGO. The general lack of capacity in the NGO.
Gape ya boraro go go palelwa ga NGO ya lena gore e ka kgona go dira mmereko.
Yes, just complete your sentence. You will argue that all this
had a negative impact.
Di be di dira gore NGO ya lena e palelwe.
Just before you don't answer, ma'am. Mr. Sibara, if the witness can step aside.
As you please the court, my lady, my learned colleague, my senior, put it very clear that she will argue. I don't think this witness is capable to decide on legal arguments. I don't think that is a question to a witness.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Asi.
Lady, I'm entitled to put, in fact, I must put to the witness what I will be arguing about Sepong Care Center, and she may comment or choose not to comment as she likes.
Yes, Mr. Sibar, just conclude that. Your reply?
My reply is, if then all of us, we don't have questions to this witness, but we have argument to make, we are therefore going to put arguments to this witness. And this court is sitting right here to decide on submissions by legal counsels. And whatever we are going to argue should be left for argument than to waste time to ask a layperson to decide on your argument. Because my colleague is talking about insufficient staff. She has already answered how many staff she had. And absenteeism, she has already answered why there was absenteeism, and all these people came back to work after she got the money. And how will this assist this court? What my colleague will argue, putting to this layperson, I don't see the relevance thereof, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Pihlela, and who's the other one? I see there is another person other than Mr. Pihlela. Yes, can I hear Mr. Pihlela? I don't see, I have not identified the next person after him. Yes.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I'm taking issue with what is put to the witness saying the general lack of capacity. I don't know what informs that, because even the document that is being referred to, that was referred to the witness now, it indicates that the NGO was moderately resourced. And so I don't understand where that is coming from. Is it something that it's related to any document that indicates there was a general lack of capacity, or are we merely talking of the assessment of the senior counsel on that aspect?
Yes, and then the others, the other two. Mr. Pihlela, you are only commenting on this one, ne?
Yeah, no, I
Does it mean that you also have a problem with the first two?
I do accord with what Advocate Barra said. I mean, if it's a question of putting an argument to the witness, it means that now everybody is going to have to put their arguments to this witness, and that is going to cause unnecessary delay. I mean, it's something that is not necessary to deal with at this stage.
Yeah. Ms. Asim, let's hear, and then the court will make a ruling.
My lady, this witness's own testimony is about the lack of capacity. In her own words, she said the biggest challenge was that the center did not have the capacity and equipment to cater for the physical and wheelchair-bound and bedridden. It's her own testimony.
Yes.
It's my argument, what I'm putting to the witness, what I'm going to say, is based on the evidence and the facts that we have and inferences we intend drawing from. It's not legal submission putting to her.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to allow this question. Can the witness answer? Can you just repeat this? Just go slow for the interpreter to interpret to her again.
May it please the court. Ms. Morale, I will argue that the lack of resources
ke tla beya gore go tlhokega ka dišomišwa.
Yes.
Absenteeism of staff.
Le gore batho ne ba sa tle mmerekong.
And the incapacity of the NGO.
Le gore NGO ine palelwa.
Had a negative impact on the quality of care that was provided to Mr. Decker.
Yale dilo tše ka moka tšona ne di dira gore tlhokomelo ya Red Decker e be mo maemong a fatshe.
And that this resulted.
Yes, continue.
And that this resulted in him developing very serious bed sores.
Ke se se dirileng gore go mafelong a hwetšege a na le di-bed sores tše tšhusang le reng ka seo.
This is Mr. Just a second. Just a second. I've noted you, Mr. Pitler. This you are referring to Mr. Decker. Can the witness step aside now? I think Mr. Pitler wants to say something. I hope we are not repeating Mr. Pitler. I've just allowed this question. All right, continue.
My lady, I'm not trying to repeat anything. I'm just worried with the conclusion that is being drawn, because it is not
at the end of the day the court will decide, isn't it?
Medical evidence, my lady.
Yes. Can we leave this at the end of the day? The court will decide. The court has
Then,
the
lady,
evidence on record.
I should then be given the opportunity to indicate to my witness that I advise her not to answer this question.
Okay, you can talk to her because she's not obliged. I mean, at the end of the day, she has been warned, right? It's up to her if she wants to respond or not. This is a statement that is put to her, whether she says yes or what. At the end of the day, the court is well conversant to what is before it. It's up to you, but you must remember this is a witness that is now under oath and cross-examination has begun.
As your ladyship pleases. I think she has already answered the question in any event, my lady.
Miss, she has not yet answered this one. Do you want to respond or not? Any comment? Do you have any comment?
Receive capacity, but recreate because that's a recreate. That's why
I don't get that. Mr. Interpreter, if you can assist here. Where is the interpreter? Do we still have an interpreter here?
Yes, my lady, I was muted.
Kere re feditse re kgone go create gore re kgone gore ba accommodate.
We eventually had to create the capacities so that we will be able to accommodate them.
Continue, Ms. Asim.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Who is next? Ms. Munjeran? Are you next? Do you have questions?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I think I have just one question, my lady, to this witness.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Morale.
Good afternoon, Council.
I'm Advocate Munjerere for Daphne Matlorin Glove, who was a social worker at CCRC.
Gina Advocate Munjerere ki Emela Daphne Matlori Nelly social work. Can I get where she was a social worker?
At CCRC, Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center.
Iko Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center.
I'm going to refer you to page 16312 in the case line.
Before we go there, did you explain yourself?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. My apologies for that. My question to this witness, my lady, is just about the issue surrounding the IDs. When they, yes, my lady. Thank you.
What about the IDs?
I just want her to explain before this honorable court if she was given all the IDs of the patients from Life Esidimeni, because it is my client's testimony, my lady, before this court, that when she went to Life Esidimeni together with other MDT members, she experienced challenges in the sense that she was not given some of the IDs of the patients. And as a result, when those patients were transferred to the two NGOs which were housed in Cullinan, it created problems because some of them, their identities could not be established because of the lack of IDs, my lady.
Was Tepong also part of that? And what is the relevance here? I've noted you, Mr. Late. Let me just hear the Ms. Mjerera first.
The relevance
was Tepong also housed at CCRC? And what is the relevance? Why does this one have to answer this one?
This is about corroboration, my lady, that that the same problem that my client experienced of not receiving all the IDs of the patients, even Tepong also experienced the same thing from Life Esidimeni.
Okay, can I hear Mr. Late?
Yes, but I beg your indulgence because I'm again alone. Miss Marriott, I'm again alone. Miss Marriott's a bit ill. She went home, so I'm with the witness.
I can't, just a second. I can't hear you properly.
I'm sorry, my lady. I'm again alone. I use only one computer. Miss Marriott has gone home as a result of sickness. I've got the same problem as your ladyship has the question by Ms. Munjerere regarding relevance. It cannot be corroboration between the two different NGOs received their patients at different times from different people. There's no relevance in the question pertaining to corroboration for CCRC. As the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you. There you are, Ms. Mujara. I've already indicated that. I don't know. Can the witness step aside? Yes. I
As
think
to
you have
the-
already answered me. The court has to make a ruling now. Because this is the same issue that is being raised. I don't see any relevance of that question, unless if you've got more questions.
No, my lady, my issue was that the witness before court now went to Life Esidimeni on the 12th of May to fetch patients. And on that particular day, she received patients, but she did not receive the IDs of the patient. My client as well, my lady, she was at Life Esidimeni in the company of other MDT members on the 12th of May. And on that day as well, like on the rest of the other days that she was at Life Esidimeni, as she has testified before this court, she did not receive all the IDs of some of the patients. But I'm in the hands of the court, my lady.
Yes, you can deal with it in argument if you want to say but I don't see any reason as to why this witness would assist you or corroborate your client's evidence, because it's not the same. Yes, okay, thank you.
I will not have further questions then, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Who's next now? Miss Foster, are you there?
Good afternoon, my lady. Yes, I'm present.
Do you have questions to the witness?
My lady, I've got two questions.
Yes.
It only relates to clarification on page 9418 that might assist the court. And then on page 9419 regarding the license, I just want to ask her regarding the issuing of the license between Dr. Manamela and Dr. Silabanu. So it's just for clarification purposes regarding those two aspects.
They all relate to the issue of the licenses.
One for the license and the one of the chronic patients and the ailments when they were received at the hospital on page 9418.
Okay, you may proceed. Let's hear.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I can't see the witness. Is the witness back?
Not yet. Can the witness come back, please? Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Good afternoon, Ms. Morale. My name is Phyllis Foster, and I'm acting on behalf of four of the deceased mental health care users. None of these mental health care users were at Sepong, so they are not relevant to your institution. But regarding your statements on page 9418, can I please just ask one clarification question?
Thobela memorale ke nna Phyllis Foster ke emela malapa a ba lwetse ba ne ba tlhokagetseng bjale ke a se gore taba e amana le pleke ya gago empa fela go na le potšonyana tse ke nyakang gore ke kgone go di kwešiša bjale ke nyako le iša ko page 9418.
Are you on that page?
Le fihlile ko paging eo? Yes, I have arrived.
Thank you so much, Mr. Interpreter. I wanted to refer you to paragraph 3 on page 9418. It's line 3. It starts with the doctors. Do you see that?
Ke nyako re di ko paragraph ya boraro and gape mo paragraph e ya boraro ke nyako le iša ko lining ya boraro e thomang e bola e re the doctors la e bona? Yes, I can see that.
Ma'am, I'm going to read the sentence. Please read with me. It says the doctors were issuing prescriptions for the patient's mental condition and not for chronic problems. When the patients were taken to the hospital, when they fell ill, that is when we discovered from the hospital doctors at Kalafong Hospital and found out that the patients were chronic patients with chronic ailments and they were weak and losing weight.
Ere mona di doctor ne di ntsha mangwalo a gore balwetse ba fumane ditlhare tša malwetse a bona a tlhogo eseng ya malwetse a mmele a bitswang di-chronic problems. Bjale balwetse ga ba tšewa ba išwa ko ba lwala ke mo leng ene ba ishwa go sepetlele sa kalafong madoctor go sepetlele ke bona ba ileng ba khumana gore balwetse ba na le di-chronic ke balwetse ba ne e le di-chronic patients gape ba na le di-chronic ailments and gape ne ba le weak gape ba fellwa ke mmele ba fokutsega mo meleng.
Am I correct?
La e bona eo.
Thank you, Mr.
Because the prescriptions are di from doctors ke tse le gore di bolela ka mental illnesses ge re ba isa ko kalafong ba nyaka re tle le referral e ya mo ba tswang ko teng ge re ya le bona re ba fa ntho eo ba re ga gona anything ya chronic so ba tshwanetse ba thome fase gore ba o tseye madi ba kgone go mo diagnose.
The prescriptions that we had for these patients were for their main mental ailments. And when we took them to Kalafong Hospital, the Kalafong staff said they needed the referral papers that explained their other illnesses. And we told them that we had nothing like that. We knew nothing about their chronic ailments. So they felt that they had to start right at the beginning to do blood tests to try and find out what their ailments were.
So am I correct to say that when you received these patients from Life Esidimeni, you were not even aware that they had chronic illnesses?
Nete gore ge le amogela balwetse ba ba etswa go Esidimeni le sa tsebe le gore ba na le malwetse a mang.
My lady, before this, my hand was up, my lady.
Apologies.
This witness has already testified that she has no medical knowledge, that she doesn't know about medical records or what medical records should contain, that the only information she has about medical records is what she was informed by her staff. She has no first-hand knowledge, and that she had no personal interaction with any of the patients save the three that are dealt with, Johan Sneyders, Johan Botha, and Frans Dekker. I submit that this evidence is hearsay evidence and it should not be allowed, my lady.
Mr. Can the witness step aside, please? When there is an objection, the witness must step aside. Continue, Mr. Foster.
My lady, I'm very sure that Mr. van Bergen will be allowed to argue at the end of the day. This is cross-examination, and it's not something that I thumb-sucked. It was stating in her statement. I asked clarification, and she provided the clarification for it. So at the end of the day, the court will have to decide, but this is not hearsay evidence. How can this be hearsay evidence? It's contained in a statement, and she answered to it. If he wants to argue that in argument that she's an unreliable witness or that the court must not believe her, he is welcome to do that. But this is cross-examination, and I'm allowed to ask a question regarding clarification on a statement that she made.
Mr. van Bergen?
And in any event, the answer is already on record.
My lady, by this witness's own evidence, she is not competent to comment or testify on any of the issues that Ms. Foster questioned her about. She herself said, and I'm repeating myself, she doesn't know what should be contained in medical records. She does not know herself what was contained in the medical records. Her evidence is based on what she was told. That is a definition of hearsay evidence.
Okay. Yes.
She herself has not examined the patient. She had no interaction with the patients, and therefore she is not competent to comment on these issues that were put to her. As your ladyship.
Thank you.
Mr. van Bergen. Lady, may I just respond to you? I didn't ask her medical questions. I didn't ask her what the ailments was. I did not ask any medical questions. The only thing the witness said is when they arrived at the hospital, they were informed. They asked them, is that the only papers you have? They said yes. And they said they had to start from scratch to determine what their illnesses was. So
yes, if I may, Mr. Van Bergen, the witness has already answered, and the court will have a look at the question when it deals with the whole evidence.
As your ladyship pleases, I
Thank
just
you.
reiterate, my lady.
Yes,
The whole
yes,
was hearsay evidence.
correct. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. Can the witness just come back, my lady? Thank you, my lady. I just have one last question, and that is on page 9419, Ms. Morale.
9419.
That's correct, my lady. Are you there, Ms. Morale?
Memorale? Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Morale, I just want to refer you to paragraph 1. And it will be, it's the
paragraph 1.
It's the fourth line from the bottom of paragraph 1. It starts with support.
Ke line e ya bo 4 go tloa go tlase mo paragraph ya mathomo ke e thomang e bolella ka tshepong e thoma e re tshepong.
It says in order to verify, are you there, ma'am? Thank you.
Can the witness, just a second, I don't want you to just read the whole sentence for the witness to follow.
I am going to.
If you start a statement, you can start this in the middle. Please.
I will do that. Thank you, my lady. Mr. Morale, the sentence starts with, in January 2017, the team from the Department of Health came to Santa Tsepong in order to verify the Ombudsman's report and started telling us about the licensing and that the licensing was not correct and that Dr. Manamela was not supposed to issue the license. I then told them that I did not know. They then told me that Dr. Silabanu license is the correct license. Do you see that?
Wa bona mo e thomang e re ka January 2017 go tlile ba tswang ko Department of Health ba tla ko Santa Tsepong ba tlo gona go tishisa hore report ya ombudsman and gape le gore ba re boditse gore license e filweng ke Dr. Manamela e ne se yona gape le gore Dr. Manamela o na sa swanela gore a ntshe di license ke le ka ba botsa ka re nna a ke tsebe ka morafo ba ile ba mpotsa gore license e tswang ko Dr. Silabanu ke yona license e tshwantseng go shumishiwa la e bona taba eo. Yes, I can see that.
What was your understanding between the licenses that they referred to? What was the difference between the licenses that Dr. Manamela supposedly issued and those of Dr. Silabanu?
So, ke ya go kwishisha le na lebele kwishisha eng ka di license tše di ntšhitšweng go le gore phapano magare ga license ya Dr. Manamela le ya Dr. Silabanu e be le eng?
According to
me, there was no difference.
No, Mr. Interpreter, you must wait for the witness to finish. The witness, it's going to be a dialogue. It's not going to be well captured on record. Can you repeat that, Mrs. Morale?
Morale, le ka boeletša gape?
Ke re mo go nna ne ke sa tsebe di different tsa ke bone di tshwana.
Well, according to me, there was no difference. To me, they were the same thing. The only thing that was different about them were the signatures only.
But please tell me, do I interpret this paragraph correctly that they said to you, or your understanding was that the licenses signed by Dr. Manamela was not correct and it had to be signed by Dr. Silabanu? Was that your understanding?
Lilela kwishisha gore license e ntšhitšweng ke Dr. Manamela e ne se yona e ne swantše e be license e saennweng ke Dr. Selebane eo le ile la e kwešiša ka ona mokgwa o.
Ga ke a ikwešiša bona ba mpoditse bjao le go sena gore nna ke reng ka nne ba mpotsa.
I did not understand. That is what they told me. There was nothing I could do because I was being told.
But do I understand your understanding correctly? Was that your understanding? That the licenses signed by Dr. Manamela was not correct and it had to be signed by Dr. Selebane?
No, go ntho le ke nyakang go ikwešiša gore we lena le be le ikwešiša bjang gore le be le ikwešiša taba ya gore license e signeng ke Dr. Manamela e ne se yona e leng ya nnete ke ya e signeng ke Dr. Selebane. Ke yona taba e ke nyakang go ikwešiša.
Nna mo go nna ga ke tsebe gore ya nnete ke e feng. Ne ke sa tsebe gore ya nnete ke e feng.
Well, as far as I was concerned, I did not know which was the correct license.
That, ma'am, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to put you in a corner. I just want to understand what your understanding was. I understand
I think she has answered. We can just move
as
on.
the court pleases. My lady, I didn't get the answer. Maybe if the court can explain the answer to me.
No, I get you, but she has answered. Mr. Late?
That is what I wanted to say, my lady. What this witness is understanding thereof is in any way irrelevant. The factual situation is what is relevant before this court, and Rochelle Borden testified about the factual situation as regard the license that we issued.
Thank you. I've ruled on the matter. Can we continue?
Can the court just explain, just say what was the answer? I didn't get the answer. Sorry,
She said she didn't know
it.
which was the correct one. That is the answer. That is the last answer that she gave. She says she didn't know which was the correct one.
So her understanding was it the one was correct and the other one was incorrect. Do I understand that correctly?
I don't know, but it was an answer. Listen, it is the answer to the question that we have asked. Your question was, does she know which of the two? Your answer was in relation to the difference. You wanted to know whether that was yes. Your question was where is it?
Then the court misunderstood me. Then I'm very sorry.
No. I didn't misunderstand you. You wanted him to explain what did she understand from what she was told. That's how I understood it. And you said she said she didn't see the difference between the two. It came from her. Now the last response that she gave, because she said, remember, before she said that was when she said the only difference that she saw there was only the difference in the signatures. Then that's when she said she didn't know which was the correct one. After you repeated your question, yes.
Okay, lady, I understand the court's ruling and I will adhere to it, but that was not, I just wanted to know, did she understand, was there a correct one and an incorrect one? I don't want her to speculate on which one was the correct one. I just wanted to know, was her understanding that there was a correct license and an incorrect license? That was what I wanted to know. As the court pleases, I will note the answer that the court provided me with. Thank you very much. I do not have any further questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Foster. Then, Mr. Sibara, are you ready for today? Do you have questions to the witness?
My lady, we don't have questions for this witness, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Sibara.
Thank you, my lady.
Ms. Seboko, are you there?
I'm here, my lady, and I have no questions for the witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ramaimela?
May it please you, my lady, Ms. Ramaimela asked me to just inform the court that she does not have any questions for the witness.
Yes, and then Ms. Tota?
May it please the court, my lady, I have no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Shabangu, are you there?
The court pleases, my lady, I have no questions for the witness.
Thank you.
As the court pleases.
Ms. Mboweni?
May it please, I don't have any questions for this witness.
Thank you.
That's court
And
cases.
is Mr. Manamela, are you still here? Mr. Manamela?
Judge was not in this morning for roll call.
Okay, thank you. Then we have Mr. Profi.
My lady, I have no questions for the witness.
We have Dr. Butike Kana. Is she there?
She was not in for roll call this morning, Judge. Oh, but she is in. I see that her name is there.
Do you, Miss Kekana, Dr. Kekana, do you have questions to the witness? There we are again. I'm going to pass you. I think she has got connectivity problems. You can just alert her. Yes, but we don't know whether you have questions or not. Nelisiwe, just try to communicate with her. Then we have Mr. Veselo.
No questions for this witness, Your Ladyship.
Thank you. Then Mr. Pichela. Oh.
Thank you, my lady. Just two questions to clarify the issue in respect of the audit.
Yes.
Mrs. Morale, were you present when this audit was performed? The one on page 20379.
Member, ne le le gona ga ba tlo dia di audit tše di le mo page 20379.
Any response?
I
can't remember. Learning?
gopola ga e sa le plain ga e setse e tladitswe so gape gopola ga botse gore nane ke le teng.
I don't remember correctly. I only remember this form being plain. I don't remember it being filled like this.
Continue.
Now, the second document is on 20377.
20377.
My lady. Yes.
And these audits were on page 3?
The first one is 20379.
20379. Okay. Then the next one is 20377.
Yes, it's the page that was recorded as being part of the issues. I don't know. Maybe if I may just try to get where the document begins. It starts on page 20375, my lady.
Okay.
And the
Yes.
date on the face of it is dated the 14th of July, 2016.
Yes, what is the question on this page, on the page that you have just given the code?
I wanted
Page
to find out from the
20377. Yes.
Yes, I wanted to find out from the witness if she was present when this audit was conducted.
Oh, okay. Mr. Interpreter.
Dinyako tse bore ka mo paging 20377 le be le gona ga ba dia di audit e.
Gopola bjang ka re ne ke le gone.
I think I was there. That's how I remember it.
Now, after this audit was conducted and the findings were made, were they given to you? Were they handed to you?
So ka mora hore ba die di audit ba ngwale di report tsa bona ba ile ba go fa report.
What you are for after 5 days?
Yes, they came to give us the report after 5 days.
Now, at this stage, did they indicate to you that you are failing to take care of these mental health care users?
Kana go ile ba ile ba le botsa hore la palolo go o tlhokomela ba lwetse ba lwalang ka tlhogo?
Oh.
No.
My lady, that is all. The rest I'll leave for my arguments.
Thank you. So it means we are done with the witness. I'm going to excuse her.
Judge, yes, and Mrs. Bitikikana doesn't have questions for the witness.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sorry, my lady, to interrupt at this stage, but I reserved my right for further
yes, thank you very much. And I see Mr. just before, that's why I had to pause first. And I see, I don't know whether Mr. Guedes also wants to ask questions, but he didn't reserve his cross-examination. Mr. Guedes? I can't hear you.
I wanted to discuss the dates, not mention anything.
Can you hear Mr. Guedes? Is it my problem here or?
I can't
hear him clearly.
Mr. Guedes, we are having can you hear me?
I hear you perfectly.
The others, can you hear me?
I can hear you, my lady, but
Can
I can't
hear
hear
you,
the
Yes.
My lady, my only question related to the dates, not at all to the witness.
We can't hear anything, Mr. Guedes. I'm going to leave the meeting and read. I'm going to.
The problem is
I can't hear you at all. I don't know whether perhaps you should just exit.
The problem is not on your side because I can't hear him either.
Okay. All right. Can we wait for him?
My lady, can you hear me now?
Yes, you are much better now.
I apologize, my lady. Lady, I have no questions for this witness. My only issue that I wanted to raise, my lady, was after the witness about dates, but I'll wait for Mr. Pino to finish.
But now you are breaking. You started well, I don't know. You don't have questions to the witness, but you want to do what?
I wanted to just discuss a letter that was sent, my lady, concerning the dates. Doesn't relate to this witness.
The issue of the date.
Yes, my lady.
That will be addressed later. Can we finish with the witness and then excuse her first so that shouldn't be part of this hearing? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Guedes. I had intended to deal with that either today or tomorrow, but as you have raised it, we can deal with that at the end before we leave. Mr.
May it please the court. Sorry, may it please the court, my lady. I have no questions for this witness.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor Morale. Thank you for your evidence. You are excused as a witness. You can still sit in the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Ra leboga khoro ya leboga gore ba le dumella go le ka sepela bjale ka witness bjale ka paki imba ga ile re le nya go tšwela pele le theeletša gore ba go bolelwang le kanela dula la kwishisha.
Thank you.
Yes, I do understand, my lady.
All right. I see it's now 10 to 4. I think we can adjourn the proceedings to tomorrow morning. Can we convert this to just a second, please? I don't. I'm listening because I wanted to say something.
Sorry,
Now
Malady,
you're also talking. I wanted us to discuss the issue of the dates, but I don't know.
But before we adjourn, we must. I just want to ascertain from Mr. Pishlela whether
if he's ready for tomorrow.
Whether the witness is ready for tomorrow. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Pishlela.
Thank you, my lady. With regard to the witness, I think she indicated that she does not need to make any amendments. So Mr. Late can proceed to lead the evidence.
Okay, what we wanted to know, we just wanted to know whether she's ready to proceed tomorrow. The other things is for between you and her.
Apologies, my lady.
Please.
Apologies.
All right, so we should take it that she will be ready tomorrow to continue with her evidence.
I don't see why not, my lady, because she's following the proceedings.
Thank you very much. So the proceedings are adjourned to tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is the, okay, Mr. Late?
My lady, I just wanted to know whether she's coming to my office or not. Mr. Pishlela,
was that not the arrangement? Mr. Pishlela?
Yeah, I think she will be coming to Mr. Late's office, my lady. Because I'm in Benoni. So
please answer
like
all the questions.
Witnesses.
Otherwise,
yes.
Answer all the questions.
And like the other witnesses, is Mr. Pishlela going to lead the evidence in chief?
Which witnesses Mr. now? Late? I think what I heard from
the other clients of Mr. Pishlela who testified, he led their evidence.